It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour back in your life on this Monday, November 28, 2016. Hello again, everyone. I'm Ariel Helwani back inside our New York City studio. Hope you had a great weekend. Not a lot of time to waste right off the top because boy, oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about and a lot of people to talk to. A super stacked show for all of you, and it's apropos because there's so much going on. You know, ever since around Friday night, I kept saying to myself, I can't wait till Monday. I can't wait till Monday. I can't wait to get here, sit in this chair, sit in front of this camera, talk to all of you about everything that's been going on in the world of mixed martial arts. There's so much going on, and in particular involving one event, you know, one champion, a few fighters. It's a mess of a situation, and I'm here to make sense of it for all of you. I'm here to talk about it, and I can't wait to talk to the people involved, because at the end of the day, we could come out here and have our takes, we could break it down, we can make sense of it on our own. I always prefer to talk to the people involved. I always prefer to get the answers from the newsmakers themselves. That's what this show has always been about. So right off the top, let me quickly run down today's lineup, and then I'm going to discuss the big news that everyone is talking about on this Monday morning, of course, pertaining to Conor McGregor being stripped of his featherweight title, the 206 situation, all that, and then some. So today's show, like I said, super stacked. So happy that you're here. If your friends aren't here, call them up, because this is going to be one to remember, I think. At around 4 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Justin Wren, former UFC fighter, current Bellator fighter, a humanitarian, an amazingly good human being. He is in New York. He's going to be joining us in studio, and I thought, what a nice way to end today's show with all the madness going on, with it being the week after Thanksgiving, the holiday season. Let's talk to someone in MMA who's actually doing something positive, who has an amazingly good heart, a big heart, just a good spirit, a good vibe to him. Justin Wren will be joining us in studio, and if you don't know his story, please do stick around for it, because it is heartwarming to say the least. 325, we're going to be joined by Anthony Johnson. A week ago, Anthony Johnson was getting ready for UFC 206. Now he is off the card, somewhat in limbo. He will not be fighting at 206 because Daniel Cormier was forced to pull out of the fight due to an injury around 4 or so days ago. And Anthony Johnson, who was offered other opponents, namely Gegard Mousasi, respectfully turned them down, wants to fight for the belt. This is something that he has been saying for quite some time. He does not want to fight for an interim title, so he is staying true to his word, and he is sitting it out. So we will talk to Anthony Johnson in what I do believe is his first interview since this all went down. Don Frye will join us at 3:05. Don Frye has been in the hospital for around 3 months. Very serious back injury. He is out, I'm told. Want to get an update on Don Frye, one of the legends of this sport. Kat Zingano will stop by at 2:50. Why are we talking to her now? She has an amazing documentary coming out tomorrow on the Audience Network. The show is called Religion of Sports. Do yourself a favor if you haven't. DVR it. If you have the Audience Network, it's on, I think, AT&T Uverse and DirecTV. I know not everyone gets it, but if you do, you want to tape this show tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. It's eye-opening. It's really unlike anything we've ever seen pertaining to Kat Zingano in the past. Lorenz Larkin will join us at 2:35, talk about free agency. Max Holloway, who now will be fighting Anthony Pettis for the interim featherweight title at UFC 206, will join us at 2:20. Tony Ferguson will stop by at 2:05 in his first interview since his big win over Rafael dos Anjos in early November. Talk to him about where he goes from here. Chris Weidman will stop by at 1:45, talk about the loss to Romero and where he goes from there after the disappointment on November 12th at UFC 205. And Daniel Cormier, who I told you had to pull out of 206 late last week, will stop by at 125. Oh, and by the way, Anthony Pettis, who's fighting against Max Holloway, will join us in around 11 or so minutes to talk about that fight. He'll be fighting for the interim featherweight title in Toronto on December 10th. So, in case you missed it, this is what happened late last week. The first shoe to drop, Daniel Cormier forced to withdraw from UFC 206 due to an injury. And you'll recall, I've said it on this show, and I've said it on other shows, that card was one headliner injury away from crumbling in front of us. You know, we can all celebrate 205. We can celebrate the amazingly stacked show that it was. But we have to remember that every time the UFC does this, there's a flip side. And the flip side is the next pay-per-view, more often than not, is rather thin. Happened with 201 and 200. 200 was stacked. 201 was not so stacked, and it suffered pay-per-view wise. If you're going to stack the deck as far as pay-per-view is concerned in this day and age, there are going to be repercussions, because it's not just stacking one pay-per-view and then waiting a month for the next one. There's a bunch of fight nights in between, and you're just spreading yourself too thin. That's just the state of the UFC roster. It's not as deep as we may think it is, or as they may think it is. So 206, while it started to become a very, very good card with the addition of the Kennedy fight against Rashad Evans, and now it's, well, at least they're hoping it's going to be Kelvin Gastelum against Kennedy, and we can get to that in a second. Also, the addition of Max Holloway and Anthony Pettis wasn't a fight that was originally added to the card. Donald Cerrone against Matt Brown. All of a sudden, it started to be a very respectable card, and then you have the light heavyweight title on the line at the top. Well, now Cormier gets injured. Okay, so what does the UFC do? They try to book an interim light heavyweight title fight between Anthony Johnson and Gegard Mousasi. But like I said, Anthony Johnson said, thanks, but no thanks. I don't want to fight for the interim belt. I want to wait. Now, credit to him, he's losing out on a paycheck and probably will lose money as a result of this, because he's had to pay his coaches throughout this whole training camp. But he wants that belt. He wants to fight for the real belt, so he is going to wait. So now they're faced with a situation where they have no main event. They don't have Anthony Johnson. They don't have Daniel Cormier. So what they decide to do is elevate the co-main event, which was Max Holloway and Anthony Pettis, to the main event, to the headlining act, and make it for the interim featherweight title. Now, this is where things get interesting. Interim featherweight title. Jose Aldo just won the interim featherweight title in July in a fight that we all sort of agreed on that shouldn't have been for an interim belt, because Conor had just won the real belt in December by knocking out Jose Aldo in 13 seconds, but they did it because they expected him to not defend the title for quite some time. Fine. So they strip Jose Aldo of the interim featherweight title. They now make Holloway versus Pettis for the interim featherweight title. They strip Conor McGregor of the real belt, and they make Jose Aldo the real champion. And so this is what I'll say about this scenario. I've said on this show, and time and again on other shows, MMA Beat, etc., that if a champion does not defend his title for 12 months, or if a champion is not booked in a title fight within 12 months, meaning if Conor didn't have a fight coming up in January or February, but we already knew that he was booked as of now because he won the belt 11 months ago, then he should be stripped. Then the UFC is well within its rights of stripping. It has to be a 12-month period. Either they fight within that 12 months, or they're booked and they're fighting in 13 or 14 months, but we know within the 12 months that their fight is coming up. So this may surprise some people. I do believe that the UFC was well within their rights to strip Conor McGregor. The problem is the why and the how. The why is a big issue. If Daniel Cormier did not get injured, Monday morning we're sitting here talking about Conor McGregor as the featherweight champion. Daniel Cormier's injury led to Conor McGregor getting stripped. That alone just tells you all you need to know about this scenario. That alone tells you that this doesn't make sense. Daniel Cormier's injury should have nothing to do with the featherweight division. So that's the why. They stripped Conor McGregor because Daniel Cormier got injured, and they needed something to headline this pay-per-view in Toronto on December 10th. It also tells you two other things: that the UFC doesn't have the confidence in the likes of Max Holloway and Anthony Pettis, which, by the way, we should all be very happy for those two. They're getting more money just because they're fighting for a belt. Fake or not, interim or not, they're getting paid, so I'm very happy for them. But they don't have the confidence in those two just headlining the show on their own in a fantastic fight, in a fight that we were all going gaga over when it was announced. 25 minutes of those two going toe-to-toe should be enough if you promote them the right way, if you get people emotionally invested in these fights. But they don't do that enough because they have too many cards and they don't have enough time to do that. So they say, okay, we need to make it for a belt, but we can't make it for the real belt because Conor is the real champion and Jose just won this interim belt. So let's make Jose the interim, go from interim to real, so that we can make this fight at least for a belt, so that will then trick the audience into thinking that this is a big deal. That's part two here. They don't have enough confidence in your ability to recognize that this interim belt that they are instituting now, the second one, is nothing more than just a Fugazi belt. It's not a real belt. It's just a promotional prop that they're putting in there to hope that they hope that will increase the pay-per-view buys. So they're doing this. Again, the why: Cormier gets injured, leads to this featherweight mess of a situation, but they botched it. They botched it epically. Here's how they botched it. They botched it because Holloway Pettis, if you're going to go ahead and strip Conor, Holloway Pettis needs to be for the real belt. Holloway Pettis needs to be for the real belt. And you say to Jose Aldo, you're getting the first crack at the champion. We're getting rid of this interim title. You've been talking about retirement. You've been talking about not fighting again. You've been talking about throwing fights. We don't know what the state of your career is. So we're going to make Holloway Pettis the real championship fight because we just stripped our biggest draw and our biggest star of his belt. That's one. That's what they had to do. Number two is the how. How did they strip Conor of the belt? The only way that this could have been seen as a positive, the only way that this could have been not seen as controversial, as a negative towards Conor, is if they let Conor do it himself. Now, Conor McGregor has been saying time and time again, I want to sit down with the new owners. I want to have a face-to-face. I want to have equal share. I want to be on the same page. They have yet to do that as of today. And so they trot out their announcers to say Conor McGregor has relinquished the title. He never agreed to that. And all that it has done is it has empowered him even more so than ever before. Now he has turned into a sympathetic figure. Now he has turned into someone that has been disrespected by his employer. Now he has turned into someone who has been wronged by his employer. And he has only become more powerful and more popular as a result. Conor McGregor has proven in 2016, above all, that he doesn't need a belt to be a big draw, to be the biggest star in the sport. So in the end, this doesn't really matter to him. He's still going to walk around with those two titles. He's still going to say, look, I beat this guy in 13 seconds. I beat this guy in 15 minutes back in, 2014, Max Holloway. I would beat this guy and this guy. I'm still the champ. I'm the people's champion. It really does nothing to him. And I can understand if he's upset at the way this went down. But the way in which they did it was a complete botch job because they needed to convince him to do it on his own. Because if he told the public, look, I'm going to relinquish this title. We're on the same page. I'm going to come back. I'm going to fight at lightweight. I might go back at 145. People would have gone behind it. But the way in which they did it and the fact that he hasn't said anything since is a perfect move in my opinion because his silence is deafening right now. He is telling you by not saying anything that he is very upset, that he is not on board with this. He didn't put out a statement. Notice that Aldo didn't even put out a statement as well. Aldo can't be happy about this situation. He doesn't want to get the belt on these terms. He doesn't want Conor out of his division as well. So that's why I feel like the why and the how is really the big story here, and how in which they did it was the big mistake of it all. They needed to get Conor on board. They needed to fly to Dublin and get him on board with this. And they needed to give him the respect of saying, look, we are going to put on a press conference. We're going to do something to make this seem like a big deal. Because the last time something like this happened in our sport, where a champion had to give up their belt willingly or not, and it had nothing to do with a steroid test or a criminal act or anything like that, was when George St. Pierre vacated the title after UFC 167. And what did they do then? They had a conference call with GSP and Dana White answering questions. This time, they have John Anik, with all due respect, reading off a piece of paper that all of a sudden Conor McGregor has relinquished the title. That makes it seem unimportant, in my opinion. You have to treat the titles like they are the most important thing in the company. This is what everyone is striving to get because it leads to so much more. And it shows that they did not get Conor's permission to do this. In the end, he won that belt on his own. He should have had a say in when he gave it up. Now, again, 12 months, you don't defend it. I do believe they're in their rights to take it away, but they needed to get him on board in order to get the people on board. And it's a disservice to Holloway and Pettis, who are going to fight in an amazing fight in less than 2 weeks. It's a disservice to Jose Aldo, and it's a disservice, in my opinion, to Conor McGregor as well. So I just feel like, and oh, by the way, let's just talk about 206 for a second. Had they booked GSP on that card against anyone, against me, against New York Rick, against anyone in this office, all would have been forgotten, and they wouldn't have had to do this. And so that backfired on them as well. George St. Pierre was almost literally begging to be on this card in a deal that, by all accounts, was very fair for both parties. A deal where he would be taking a major risk because he would be banking on the pay-per-view buys, and they didn't want to do it, and they put their foot down. More power to you. But this is what happens when you play that dangerous game. And now you're affecting two divisions. You're affecting the featherweight division. You're affecting the lightweight division because you don't know how upset Conor is. What's he going to do now? Is he going to sit out in that division as well? Is he going to hold that division up as well? And you're kind of affecting the light heavyweight division too. That is not a good thing. And people can recognize what's a real belt and what's not. They are not adding a single pay-per-view buy to UFC 206 because this is for the interim title. They might have if it was for the real belt. They might have. And those two certainly can make a case that they should be fighting for the real belt at this point because they're being active, they're in there, they're fighting. But not now. Not with the way they did it. Not with the way they did it. A big mistake. You needed to get him on board. You needed to get his John Hancock on this. And that wasn't what happened. They just did it. They just took it away. He just won it 2 weeks ago. What are you saying about that moment in MSG? Was this just a fabricated moment that you wanted for one night only and then you're going to move on and take the belt away from the guy? It's not good business to do that. Let him have his victory tour. Let him bask. And if you need to do it because he hasn't defended it in 12 months and has no plans to defend it in 12 months, then you need to make Holloway Pettis for the real belt, not the interim of the interim belt. And so again, the why and the how is what you need to look at. And the sentiment is in the right place. The company needs to move. They need to do what's best for the divisions and the organization. But it was botched every step of the way. Let's talk to Anthony Pettis, who's on the line right now, kind enough to join us on this Monday afternoon. Anthony, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I am here. So, Anthony, so much to discuss with you. First off, congratulations on getting into this situation. You're now fighting for the interim featherweight title. I don't know how much you heard of me, but do you agree with what I'm saying, that you and Max should be fighting for the real belt? If they're going to strip the real champion, the next two up need to be fighting for the real belt, because in a way, it kind of puts you guys in a tough spot, because I'm sure a lot of people are telling you guys that you're not fighting for the real belt as well. Do you get what I'm saying?
Man, honestly, at this point in my career, I don't even care about what people say about real belts, fake belts, belts. I mean, I'm here to be a two-division world champion. This is one step closer to making that happen. So whether it's Jose Aldo, Conor McGregor, Max Holloway, I mean, line them up.
Okay, so when did you find out that this was going down on December 10th?
The day before everybody else found out.
What was your reaction?
Monday. Well, I heard DC was injured, and I'm like, man, hopefully they don't pull this card or they don't mess it up. I had a great training camp. I'm feeling good, ready to go. And Melky calls me back and lets me know it's for the interim belt. My agent, and my reaction is, everything happens for a reason, and I'm ready to go. 2 extra rounds with a guy that I was already preparing to fight with. That sounds good to me.
Is that an issue at all for you? The fact that it is for 2 extra rounds?
Not at all. I mean, I fought 5 rounds, numerous of times already. I can prepare for it. I feel good doing it. And this camp, I didn't cut any corners. I put in the work.
Okay, so this whole thing with Conor getting stripped, and you don't, like, if you get that, we've seen before, guy wins the belt, interim belt, and he's like, no, I want the real one. How will you react, in your opinion? You win on December 10th.
I got a real belt at lightweight, and
yeah.
I'm not going to stop at just get at the interim belt. Obviously, I'm going to make sure this belt gets unified, whether it's with McGregor, whether it's with Aldo. I mean, whoever. I mean, that's not up to me. It's not up to me nor any other fighters what the UFC does with these belts.
Sure.
So, I was getting ready to fight a co-main event, and it turns out to be a main event for an interim title. I mean, Merry Christmas to me.
Yeah. And to that point, do you get paid more if you're fighting for a belt? Like, does this mean you're actually getting? So this is great for you, right?
That's amazing for me. And it's this is my goal. It's what I set out to do, the 145-pound division, and I'm doing it my second fight in.
So we're less than 2 weeks away now. How is the move down to 145 second time around? Do you feel like it's different than when you did it the first time?
Yeah, way smarter. I got my nutritionist here with me. I had him here with me for about 7 weeks. He's living with me. He's preparing all my meals, making sure my weight's on point. We didn't cut any corners on this one. We made sure we did it the right way. And our weight's not going to be an issue in this fight. Now I got to cut the extra pound all the way down to 45. So first time actually ever seeing 145 pounds probably since high school. But you got to make sacrifices for what you want.
How much do you weigh now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm probably sitting around 165. And that's with water in me, so 20-pound cut in 2 weeks.
Is that good? You okay with that?
Oh yeah, that's perfect. I mean, that's what at 155. I wasn't cutting anyway. Really, I would show up about 15 pounds over and do my normal workouts and make weight. So yeah, we're way ahead of schedule on this one.
Obviously, it's hard to predict the future, but do you think that 145 will be the weight class in which you fight in for the foreseeable future, or do you still plan on going back to 155 at some point?
1,000,000% going back to 155 at some point.
Oh, really?
I'm gonna go capture this belt. I'm gonna defend against who I have to defend against, and I got some fights that I got to revenge at 155 pounds.
Who's at the top of that list?
Top of the list, RDA. I mean, RDA is one of the guys that threw me off. I was on top of the world 2 years ago, and he's the guy that dethroned me, and it's something I got to get back.
So a lot of people, including myself, wondering just where you're at mentally going into this fight, because we saw that scary situation with your cars. Seemed like they got set on fire.
This is a crazy training camp. I come back. I was in Thailand actually when the fight got announced. I get back home from Thailand. First night in Milwaukee. I don't know what happened. I bought a brand new Range Rover, and I parked it in my driveway, and 3 hours later it's on fire.
What?
And three of my other cars are on fire. So it was just I don't know if it was a coincidence, like a brand new car, something happened with the car, or somebody actually came and did something to my house. I mean, I never felt threatened in Milwaukee. Even now I don't feel threatened. I'm around the city. I go everywhere. I got businesses here. So I don't know. It's just a weird thing. So it was just a weird start to the training camp. We got a lot of little speed bumps in this training camp, and then it all led up to this. So you just got to push through the hard times, and the good times are coming.
And so, how many cars were actually set on fire?
3 cars were set on fire, and then my Porsches in my garage. It got damaged as well, and a boat too. So 4 cars in a boat.
Were you in the house when this happened?
Yeah, I was in the house, man.
How did you notice? Like, did you start to see fire outside? Did you hear?
No, I heard these loud bangs. It sounded like gunshots. So it was like some loud pops, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I wake up and I go look out my front door, and I see this glowing red, and I open the front door, and boom, the new Range Rover I just bought was in the driveway, and it was completely gone. So initially, Serge lives with me, and my nutritionist, it was his first night in town.
Wow.
Nutrition, I felt bad for him. He's coming in from Jersey, his first night in Milwaukee, he's going through that. We go outside, and all 3 cars are on fire. So it's just weird because there was no threats made. I have no ongoing beefs. I have no drama in Milwaukee. So it's just weird that it happened that way. But we still have yet to figure out what happened or who did it or what. We just moving forward.
So a month. It's actually exactly a month since this happened. I remember because my daughter was born that day, and I see this in your Instagram post.
Congrats, man.
Yeah, so I'll always remember your unfortunate situation because I was in the hospital reading about it, and thank you for that. You have no idea who did this and why at this point. A month later.
Yeah, no idea, no leads, nothing. The cops have nothing. So I mean, it is what it is. I feel like I've been a victim in my life before. It's just I don't know, big deal to me, man. I just keep moving forward.
And you didn't consider leaving Milwaukee, moving somewhere else, avoiding all
never.
this?
No. Milwaukee's my hometown. This is the city that made me. I mean, I got family deeply rooted in Milwaukee. My dad's buried by my house. My mother lives 3 blocks. I bought her house 3 blocks away from my house. So yeah, Milwaukee's my hometown.
And just like the days and weeks afterwards, I mean, were you rattled at all, or were you able to just move on? I mean, it's kind of a traumatic thing to see all your cars on fire outside your house.
It was a little adjustment. Like I said, I never felt unsafe in my hometown or even my home for that matter. My daughter lives there with me, so it was just some adjustments we had to make. I had to increase security at my house and just make sure I was ready for any situation.
Did you consider pulling out of the fight because of just dealing with all of this?
No, never.
Okay. So now you feel like you're in a good spot? You've moved on?
Oh, yeah, man. I moved on right away. I mean, the fire didn't get in my house, so it wasn't too much of I didn't have to move out of my house or anything like that. I'm in my house for training camp. The garage is a little messed up, but, nothing that some time and money won't fix.
What do you say to people who say Anthony Pettis has only won 1 fight at featherweight? He shouldn't be fighting for a belt. What's the response?
Look at my previous fights. I fought the who's who of 155 pounds, a former champion, and I think I'm what the division needs right now. I mean, Max Holloway, great competitor, good fighter. He already lost to Conor McGregor. Jose Aldo lost to Conor McGregor. I go in there, I'm a fresh face. Whether it's McGregor, whether it's Aldo, whether it's Holloway, I haven't fought any of these guys. So
That's
it's just I think a plus for the division.
That is a fantastic point. I didn't even think of that, but you're 100% right. Do you feel any extra pressure to put on a show at 206 because of all this happening, the injuries to Cormier, the fact that, some fans bought tickets and they were hoping that he was going to be on GSP, etc. Do you feel any extra pressure to do something special for the Toronto fans?
No, not at all. I feel like the Toronto fans know fighting, and they know when I fight, I put on a show every time, whether it's a submission finish, a knockout. I'm going out there. I don't plan on going 5 rounds with this guy.
Have you been impressed with him? Have you been watching what he's done? I mean, the winning streak alone is super impressive, I would say. But what about the actual fights? Are you impressed with what he's doing?
Yeah, I mean the kid got skills. You know, the guy has some talents and some aggression. You definitely could see in his face. He wants to win these fights, and you know, he just never fought anybody like me. I have the experience. I fought 5 rounds. I've been main events. I've fought but the best strikers in the UFC. If you can, with Edson Barboza, my last fight, at 155 pounds. So I feel like I have all the tools that I needed to win this fight, and I'm gonna go out there and have the performance of my life and remind everybody who I am.
And by winning this belt, are you hoping that the next one is Conor? Because you know that you make even more money by fighting Conor. That's the biggest fight possible in any division. Have you been told that if you win this, you will, get to fight him, or do you think that he's gone from the division?
I'm not even on that Conor train like everybody else is. Like, I want that Conor fight. My goal in front of me is to become a 2-division champ, and the interim title is not enough. So whether it's Aldo or Conor, I don't really care. But that's my goal, and then after that, I'll figure out what I need to do to finish my legacy in the sport.
So to be clear, if you win on December 10th, you're not going to officially consider yourself a 2-division champ until you beat the real champion, so to speak.
Well, I mean, the interim champ isn't the real champ. It's interim. It's an interim title. So I get a belt, so I get another belt to add to my fireplace. But until I defend that belt against Jose Aldo or whoever the UFC decided to make the champion. I didn't even read into that. I'm not even looking into any of that. Max Holloway's, on my radar right now, on my list. So whoever's the champ after, or whoever's the guy I got to beat to become the official champ, then that's what I do.
Great answer. I appreciate the honesty greatly, and congrats on getting even more money now to fight the same fight that you had agreed to fight. That's always a good thing, right?
Bro. Yeah, most definitely, man. Like I said, Merry Christmas to me.
Anthony, appreciate you squeezing us in on this Monday morning. Best to you as you cut down to 145, and good luck, of course, in Toronto.
Thank you, bro.
All right, there he is, Anthony Pettis, stopping by. And how do you not appreciate what he just said? He doesn't consider himself the real champion until he beats either Aldo or McGregor. You would think that, it would have to be McGregor to really feel that way. But if Aldo's going to walk around, I still maintain that should be Aldo Holloway should be for the real UFC 145-pound belt. If you're going to go ahead and strip Conor of it, you got to go all in. You got to go all in. But if you're a fan of fighters and you're a fan of these two, you should be happy that they're getting paid more to fight in the same fight that they had originally agreed upon. Okay, the other big story here, of course, Daniel Cormier not fighting in less than 2 weeks at UFC 206. An unfortunate turn of events. He is kind enough to join us right now, I do believe via the magic of Skype or phone. He is on the phone. Mr. Cormier, are you there?
Oh, yes, cell phone. You guys tried to Skype me, but I'm actually not home, so can't use Skype. Don't want to burn that data. I'm not fighting, so don't want to run up the bill.
I appreciate you coming on nonetheless, Daniel. Okay, so we have a lot to talk about. First things first, what happened?
So, last few weeks I've been having this issue with my right leg. Like every time it was isolated, I couldn't lift it. So I adjusted my training and started just kind of boxing, which when you think about it in a fight with Anthony Johnson is probably not your best course of action. So about 2 weeks ago, I went to wrestling practice, and I was like, man, it's really starting to bother me more. So then I wasn't able to run anymore. Like, I do a lot of running when I'm having to bring my weight down and everything. So on last Monday, I woke up, hit pads, and then ran. And on Tuesday, after wrestling, Tuesday evening, I went to run, and I could not run. And then Thursday, I went to do jiu-jitsu, and at that point, like my right leg, we were doing back drills, and I was grappling with Kanan, and I was having to actually pick up my right leg with my hand to put it inside of to put my leg in before I could even start to grapple, because my right leg had no power when it was isolated to actually be lifted. So that last week of training was kind of tough, and I was like, man, this is really getting worse. And then Tuesday, after wrestling practice, I had my physical, and I went to the doctors, and I did my basic physical, and then he told me to lay back on the table. And when I went to lay back on the table, I laid down, and he was like, okay, get up, because you know how to hit your knee with the thing. It's like a little hammer thing. It makes your leg kick up. Then he was like, okay, get up. And then when I was getting up, and I couldn't just come straight up. I had to kind of turn sideways, pull myself forward, in order to get back to my sitting position. And he was like, "Well, what's going on?" I was like, "Yeah, I kind of got this pain in my side." And he was like, "Well, maybe you have a hernia." He said we should get it checked out. So I went to this doctor that specializes in hernia, and he was like, "Well, you don't have a hernia." This was last Wednesday. And he goes, "But something's going on, so we need to get an MRI." And once I got the MRI, they told me I had torn my adductor tendon, which is essentially a torn groin. So he was like, "I don't, you can't fight with that. You're gonna have to get it repaired."
Oh, and when you say repaired, does that mean surgery?
Yeah, they're 1-2. So we have two options, and this is honestly from the doctor, and then probably the person that's most knowledgeable in the area was Dominic Cruz. He called me, and once I told him the injury, he had it before. So he said that for him, he just rested. He said that's what he tore in between his two knee surgeries. He said he just rested, but doctor told me that they can reattach the ligament to the bone, or we could do PRP, or stem cells, or just rest. But just rest would be way too much time for me, because I would like to get back and fight sooner rather than later.
So have you decided you're going to go with the PRP?
It's tomorrow. I still haven't. The doctor's been calling me. He's like, "What are you going to do?" I'm like, "I'll let you know in the afternoon." But my thought was, if I'm not going to be able to fight, I need to do this surgery and get it done. But he's like, "Well, we have some ways that is less invasive, and if you want to try that." I'm like, "Well, what if it doesn't work and then I have to sit out longer and then eventually end up getting the surgery?" So
yeah,
I don't know, man. It's a weird deal, because I always try not to have surgery. That's kind of my thing. I'll do whatever I can to not go under the knife. So I've got some decisions to make.
And so did they tell you, okay, if you have the surgery, you're out for X amount of time. If you go the other route, you're out for X amount of time? Do you know the breakdown?
They told me, yeah, he told me that the recovery is pretty standard in terms of rest and recovery would be like, 5 months or so, just resting on it. He said that if I did the stem cells and PRP, he said you may be able to get back a little bit earlier. He said, but surgery recovery would be about 8 weeks, so about 2 months. And I told him that I would like the fastest way back to the octagon. And he said in all situations, he said, if you're doing a 6 to 8 week training camp, he goes, I can see you back in 4 months. So it's kind of taking that as the timeline for when I can actually get back to fighting.
Have you ever suffered this kind of injury before?
No, which is very odd, because I've had a couple things happen this year that are very, they're not like very common things. I guess this is more common than the one I had back in April, but it's just these things that are happening that it just they suck, and I just try to work hard, and then I keep kind of hurting myself because of the work, and it's not and it's really not anybody but me. I got my coaches telling me stuff like, well, maybe you should take a day, or why are you training 3 times a day? And I'm just like, I feel if I don't prepare in the ways that I've always prepared in, I don't know if I'll be able to compete to the best of my ability. So kind of sucks.
Okay, so we'll get to that point in a second, but I'm just curious, we talked, and you talked about this as well when it was announced. You said, look, I'd love to have GSP on this card because that helps me. It's big. And I have to think that, if this happens, unfortunately, you get injured, GSP still on the card, they don't have to go through this whole featherweight shakeup and do all this craziness, because everyone's excited about GSP as well. But, they stacked the deck at 205. There's less for you guys to deal with at 206. Considering that, what was the UFC's reaction when you told them that unfortunately you had to pull out? How did they react to it?
Man, the crazy thing is when I called Dana and I said, hey, I hate that I'm making this phone call to you. He was at a movie with his family, and we talked, and I was kind of worried, because this is the second time that I've had to pull out of a fight this year. Mm-hmm. But I got no like backlash. I got nothing. He goes, look, I understand you want to fight. He goes, nobody likes fighting. He said, nobody likes it like you do. He goes, I know you love the competition. He goes, you've always been a great to have. And he goes, I understand. He goes, we'll figure it out. Because I said I was sorry. And he goes, don't apologize. These things happen. We'll try to figure it out. And he just kind of told me, thanks for being such a great part of the team. And when it's time, I'll get back to work. But take care of myself, get healthy, and then we'll get back to work. They'll reschedule me. So it was very. I've always had pleasant interactions with the UFC, and I think maybe it's from just kind of always just doing things, for myself, obviously, but also with for the company. So I really got no pushback.
Okay, and so then you find out that they're considering doing an interim light heavyweight title fight between Mousasi and Rumble Johnson. And so this is a two-part. A, what was your reaction when you found out that was being discussed? And B, what was your reaction when you found out that Rumble turned it down and is going to wait for you?
When I heard that they were going to do the interim title, it didn't really matter to me. I don't really care all that much. It seems like now, those interim titles are being thrown all around. Like if the situation fits, let's make an interim championship fight. So that didn't bother me. I actually tried to reach out to Rumble and apologize to him about not being able to fight. I said he said he wasn't fighting. And I actually said I thought that he should fight. If that was me, I would have said fight, so that when him and I would compete against each other, he would actually be in on the pay-per-view side of it. So, but he said he was waiting. He said that interim titles mean nothing to him, and he wanted to wait. So that didn't really affect me either way. And Rumble just wanting to wait. I mean, good for him. I guess he wants to fight just me. I'm the last guy to beat him, so maybe he just doesn't want to risk anything outside of fighting me.
Do you think he's making a mistake? Because as you said, if you have the belt, you get more money. So why not just take the fight so that you can get more money?
I kind of thought he should fight because honestly, man, I don't think anybody is going to beat him. I think Gegard Mousasi is on a fantastic roll, but I think Anthony would have still beat him. But what do I know? I'm not Anthony.
Yeah.
Last time Anthony did that and took a fight on short notice was against me.
Sure.
And look at what happened. So he may be thinking the same type of thing. I prepared for this guy for so long that I'm not going to chance it by fighting another guy. Because once again, complete style change from a guy that's a wrestler to Mousasi, who's a Dutch-style kickboxer. Maybe he hadn't prepared for that type of fighting style. So who am I to actually say that he's making a mistake?
Fair enough. And so, okay, so now you have this situation where once again, AK, Javier Mendez, you guys are being blamed. You're saying that people are saying, like, look, you're training too hard. We don't know what the hell you're doing because none of us are in the gym, but you're still being blamed. We're not chalking it up to bad luck. We're just saying you guys are, once again, this sort of label that the UFC put on you guys is sticking, and it's hard to wash off. And I know it bothers Javier Mendez. Luke just pulled out, Luke Rockhold, and now what happened to you. How do you respond to this? Is it time to change something, or is this just bad luck?
They've made changes. Guys have made changes. Luke got hurt. Luke was hurt before he fought Michael Bisping, and look at what happened. And then Luke kicked me, and I swear it was just like a partially checked kick, but where he hit part of my elbow and part of my shin. It wasn't a big deal, but he felt himself like, man, I'm still hurt. He was still hurt. That could happen to anyone at any time. And in my situation, it's like, I'm going to train. It's like, I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. Ariel, I promise you, when I fought the last fight, Kane and I made some changes to our training, and it worked great for Kane. He looked fantastic against Travis Brown. But for me, I felt a little bit off. I felt like I didn't do as much as I needed to do, and it really messed with me mentally. So now I spar a lot, and I run a lot, and I train a lot, and it's the only way that I feel secure in my own mind. It's like the biggest part of competition is knowing that I've done enough to fight, and it's scary when it's the other way. I fought Anderson Silva, and I was in the back. Like, I was worried. I was like, man, did I run enough? Did I put enough miles in? Did I spar enough rounds? And you don't want to be questioning yourself. I was supposed to be John Jones. I actually had changed up my training situation, scared to get hurt before I was going to fight John Jones. It was a huge mistake. And I didn't like it. So I'm going to go back to doing what I do, and I'm going to train as hard as I can and hope that I can make it to these fights, man. Train and work and just be prepared. It's not Javier's fault. Javier, this isn't college. We're not high school athletes. Javier can tell me not to spar, and I'll say, yeah, sure, Jav, and I'll go spar. What are you going to do? I'm going to do what I want to do. It's like I'm an adult. Like, all of us are adults. The decisions are made by us, and I'm the reason that I got hurt. I don't know why, but if I did too much, then I did too much. It wasn't Javier Mendez or Bob Cook. People always get confused, man. They talk about coaches. But reality is these coaches and these managers that everybody think are in so much in control, they work for us. They're our employees. So at the end of the day, they have to do what we feel is best for us, and all they can do is give input. And I was ready to go. I was really ready to fight this guy, and I was in shape. I was good to go. But the decisions are mine, and I if I got hurt, it was my fault.
Because this happens, is it hard to prepare for the toughest athletic endeavor in the world, like getting in a cage with another human being who's trying to knock your head off? With this on your mind, you can't just focus on the task at hand. You can't focus on the fight. Are you thinking also like, man, I can't get injured. I just can't get injured. There's too much at stake. There's too much money, because you don't get paid for the training camp, right? Like, Anthony Johnson is not going to get any money. You're not getting any money. It's so much riding on like 25 minutes. You just have to get there. Is that a hard thing to balance?
Well, you have to get there, but you have to get there and be ready to win. I don't want to just show up. I want to win. Like, I don't want to just be there.
Right.
I don't want to just be a part of the show. I want to win, man. And so, yeah, I have to prepare myself to win. But you're right. Don't get injured. But how can you train if you're constantly worried about not getting injured? Guys play basketball and get hurt.
Sure.
And that's probably the easiest sport on the planet, in the planet. We actually are in there fighting every day. We're wrestling, we're grappling. I mean, how can you make sure you don't get hurt? Guys get hurt playing basketball. Guys get hurt playing baseball. You're hitting a baseball and people get hurt. So it's unfair to think that we could do what we do with the intensity that we do it and injuries not happen.
You don't need my sympathy, but I sympathize with you because I feel like people are now blaming you for Conor getting stripped. Are you getting that a lot? Are people saying like, and I said this at the top, I don't know if you heard, you were out. I said, the fact that Daniel Cormier's injury led to Conor McGregor getting stripped shows how big of a mistake it was to react this way on the UFC's part. Are you getting that? And regardless, what's your take now, putting the analyst hat on the decision to do this, what they've done in the featherweight division?
I don't know, man. I mean, just to think about how ridiculous that is. My fault. Conor McGregor got stripped.
Right.
I mean, reality is, I don't care. I don't care if they took his belt. I don't care if they take all of his stuff. What do I care?
Of course.
He really has no, like, people. Conor's a great guy, but I really don't care what happens to him. I didn't say, well, I'm not going to fight so he can lose his belt.
Of course.
It doesn't matter to me. So it's like people saying, well, it's your fault. Like,
are you getting that?
Yeah.
Are you getting that?
I've seen some of that, the tweets and stuff like that. And Conor has very passionate fans.
Sure.
Like, I can only do what I can only take care of myself and care about the people that I care about, and my teammates. I can't worry about the domino effect on a guy that lives in Ireland.
Oh, it's ridiculous to blame you. It's absolutely ridiculous. That's why I don't like the. Go ahead. Sorry.
So many people are, look, and I say this constantly, like, if people don't like you, if they generally don't like you, they will find more reason to try and dislike you. It's just the way it is. So if it makes it easier to dislike me because I got hurt or because Conor McGregor lost one of his two belts, he's got two of them, lost one of his two. We're all sitting over here with one. He's got two. So if if that gives them another reason to dislike me, then they'll take it, So it's not my fault. I didn't say, well, those guys are fighting. Why not just
No.
for a championship? I don't make those decisions.
Oh, no. And I hope you don't think that I was insinuating that. I was just saying.
No. I know what you're saying because I see it.
Yeah.
I actually see it. I actually got something on Twitter, and a guy was telling me that because I want to break Anthony's spirit, I was wrong. He's like, that's just ridiculous. I'm like, that is the only reason we fight.
Right.
Is to actually get over on another human being. It makes no sense. I'm dumbfounded at times.
As a fan, we used to do this thing called Fighter versus Writer. When you hear the UFC stripping him to make an interim title fight, and they what do you make of that whole situation?
So it's the timing of it all, right? It's the timing of it all. That's for me what the issue is. If I was to challenge Stipe Miocic and say, okay, Rumble, now I'm not fighting you. I'm going to go fight Stipe. Or actually, I'm just going to go fight Junior Dos Santos a couple times. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to fight Stipe Miocic. And they go, well, you can't just hold 205. We're going to let Rumble and whoever else fight for the belt. I get it. But that didn't happen. What happened was, well, one guy fell out of a fight, so we need to find a way to make this other fight more important. That's the only issue.
Yep.
It's like if it would have been done on its own merit, no problem at all. But it was because of the way that it was done. And I think that's why people are kind of up in arms. But
the why and the how.
Conor did, yes. What Conor did is the most amazing athletic feat that I think I've ever seen. Nobody can do that. You don't do that. You don't win across 2-3 weight classes the way that he did and not be applauded for it. But it's done now. So either go back down and defend that belt or give it up. What is you can fight at 155. The guy's a sniper. He's got the death blow in his hand, in his left hand. He hits you, you fall down. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. It's like this doesn't really affect him as much as it probably affects the fans more than it affects Conor at this point, because what's done is done. He is a 2-division champion. Like he said, the guy was not afraid to look like a fool if this didn't work out in the way that he said it would, but it did. So hats off to him.
What's the message to the Toronto fans, the ones who wanted to see you fight?
Yeah.
What's the message?
Yeah, man, that's probably the most heartbreaking thing out of this whole deal. I feel for Rumble and I feel for the UFC, but the fans in Toronto is like that's my biggest regret in this whole thing, because when people said it was a terrible fight card, thousands and thousands of tickets had still been sold at the pre-sale. They still went out in droves and bought tickets and said, you know what, regardless of if the outside world doesn't think this is a great fight card, it's an opportunity for us to watch some live fights in Toronto for the UFC, so we're buying tickets. And they did. They were very supportive. Everybody's so nice. Look, it's true, man. People are just nicer in Canada.
Yes.
So I would have loved to have performed for them, and I look forward to maybe one day doing it. So my apologies to the fans in Toronto, and thank you for really standing up. When everybody said, wow, Toronto really got screwed with a terrible fight card, you guys still went out there and bought a ton of tickets, and that place is going to be rocking and rolling come fight night. So great fans, great city, and 100,000 apologies, and hopefully at some point I can make it up to them.
Great fans, great city, great country as well, I might add. Last quick thing. So when do you expect to decide what you're going to do tomorrow, later on today?
I will today. Maybe I'll do it before your show's over.
Please.
Text message or something.
Please, that would be great.
I'm on the fence, but
Okay.
but I want to do what's quick. I want to hopefully get back by, March, February, sometime in that area. That way I can fight then, and then if I fight Anthony in February, March, I can fight Ryan Bader in June or April. I'll fight him back to back.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like it. Daniel, appreciate it as always. So sorry to hear the news. I hope you feel better, make the right decision for you and your family. But as always, thank you for the time, and get well soon, my man.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is, the light heavyweight champion, Daniel Cormier. Very interesting times for him. Let's move along now to someone who I said last week I think should be fighting at 205. We'll get his take on that and a whole lot more. We're talking to Chris Weidman right now, who is so kind to squeeze us in on this Monday afternoon. He's somewhere in the world, an undisclosed location, taking some time off. Very nice of him to stop by today. Chris, are you there?
Hey, what's up, Errol? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
You seem a little down.
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you saw my last fight. I got hit with a Cuban missile.
Yes.
So I'm a little discouraged right now. You know, I'm a little depressed. I'm actually not. I'm actually good. So I don't know why I sound like that, but I don't know.
No,
I'm good.
You know, because I said this to you afterwards. I thought the way you handled it was very admirable, and you know, there's no real blueprint on how to handle a loss, but you showed up to the press conference, which is, you know, somewhat rare, and you answered the questions with a smile on your face, and it was such a big deal to be in New York. Was that a front, like deep down, were you really hurting inside? Because the exterior said something different, I thought.
You know, obviously, you know, you go into a fight and you're prepared to win, and you're not really prepared for a loss. So it's always a little bit surreal when you lose. But you know, I kind of made sense of the situation pretty quickly. I knew, you know, I made a mistake. I thought I was on my way to winning the fight, and one mistake is all it takes. And that's why that's the beauty of this game. That's why everybody loves to tune in and watch these fights, is because any given moment, any given fight, any given fighters, anything can happen. And you know, a fighter who could win 9 out of 10 times, you know, there's always that one time. And I'm not saying that's me and Yoel, but it's just that's what makes the sport beautiful. And I was on the tough side of that night. You know, it was UFC 205. It was the first fight ever in New York. It was a dream come true for me. And after the fight, I just, you know, I tried to. Obviously, I was definitely hurt. You know, after the fight, as far as, like, you know, my feelings. You know, I was upset, but I realized the blessings, you know, just being a part of that event really was a dream come true, minus losing, the walkout, even fighting. I had fun the whole week. It was all great up until the loss. But even that, you know, it's just part of the game, and I got to get right back on that horse and get back out there and get a W. And I just want to be done losing. I don't want to lose anymore. So I'm really, this loss definitely motivated me a lot. I'm very excited to get back out there and start proving that I'm the best in the world, and get a W under my belt.
So up until the third round, because the finish came early in the third, how would you assess your performance? Were you happy? Did you feel like you were doing enough to win the fight?
Yeah, I felt good. First round, I definitely, you know, won. I got, you know, in my head before the fight, I wanted to create as much wrestling scrambles as possible, any type of wrestling engagement, whether he's taking me down or I'm taking him down, I felt like was in my favor because it was going to tax his cardio. And I know he is obviously great wrestling, but he's more of an explosive guy, and then takes his breaks and lulls you into something. So I didn't want to let him have those breaks. I just wanted to keep moving and keep the wrestling as much as possible. And I took him down a couple times in the first round, and in the second round he took me down, which, I mean, I lost the second round. I think it was close, but I think I lost. But he used a lot of energy, which was perfect for me. And I felt going to the third round, I was looking across the cage, and I thought he was done. I just felt like there was no way I'm losing. I win this third round, it's over. And you know, I shot a takedown. If you watch, as far as a technical, if you're a technical person, understand the MMA game. When you fight a southpaw, you always put your head to the side of his front leg. You never go to the back leg. And every one of my takedowns I hit on him in the fight was to his front leg, my head to the outside of his front leg, which stays away from the danger of a knee or his heavy left hand. And the one time I shot to the wrong side, which I drilled a million times not to do, he came up with that knee. So it was really bad timing, bad mistake, which I told myself never to do, is never to shoot that side. But I felt that I had him in a position where he was really tired, and I just wanted to just engage. And I felt like I started kind of feeling like he had nothing to offer at that point, as far as like danger. And I was wrong, you know. And I just made a mistake. I got a little careless, and I obviously paid for it. So you live and you learn. And yeah.
Can you put into words what it felt like the knee, like from my perspective, the way you fell, the blood and all that, it looked brutal. It looked very painful. But for you, what did it feel like? Was it the worst?
I mean, not too bad. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it for any. I don't recommend it to people out there that take knees like that. But honestly, I didn't like feel like I went out. You know, I definitely the flash knockout.
Yeah.
Knockdown or whatever you want to call it. And I actually, you know, he hit me with the knee on the side of my head, and then I came down, hit my eye on my knee. And then as I turned, I was up, I was covering, and I remember just I remember thinking, I knew I got hit with a knee. And I remember just thinking, just keep moving, but the ref stopped it. And I understand why they stopped it, but I felt like, you know, when you go into a fight like this, I always imagine, when I go into any fight, I will always imagine like really bad situations and fighting your way through them, you know, getting hit with a good shot and kind of like just holding on for dear life and scrambling and being able to get to your feet and find a way to win. And that was one of those situations where it was something like I would imagine could possibly happen in a fight. And I'm there and I'm covering up. I'm trying to come move, and they stopped it. But you know, especially when you fight a guy who, you know, is known to get a little tired, you just know that you can get to the other side of a scramble like that, or when he's trying to finish you get to the other side of that. If you're able to push through, you know he's in some serious trouble. So that was kind of in my imagination, is just trying to push through that situation. But it didn't work out.
Not trying to set you up here for any excuses, but considering how big of a deal this was, MSG, you've done so much to get to that point, to get to that arena. Did it feel different? Like, did you feel a little more anxious, a little more tentative in hindsight?
No. I felt all right. I felt excited. I enjoyed every moment of the situation. I don't think that affected me. I felt fine in there. I definitely held back on some things when I was in the cage, but I feel like every time you go into a fight, there's some things that you see and you hold back on, you don't do, unless you fight the perfect fight, which happens every once in a while. But usually there's some things that you might feel instinctually and you hold back on, and afterwards you look back and you're like, why didn't I do that? Mm-hmm. There's a couple moments in that fight that I wish I would have done some things differently.
Like what?
There's a situation. I had his back, and I didn't throw my hooks in. I expected him to be a little bit more slippery than he was, and I anticipated that he wasn't, and I could have probably threw my hooks in on the back and took in his back and started working my jiu-jitsu from top when I took him down, and I didn't. I hesitated and just controlled him. But if I would have won the fight, you know, I really felt like things were going my way into that third round, and if I would have won the fight, I probably wouldn't be thinking about it too much. But
right.
It's there's fights I've had where, you know, you wish you did some things and you don't. But
have you watched it?
So, yeah, I watched it that night. That night I watched it.
Wow. You went home?
I watched it one time. No, I went back to the hotel room, ate some pizzas, and started watching the fight. And I knew what happened. I saw the replay that night. I mean, I saw the knee. It's not like that was a mystery to me. I was pretty clear-headed for being after a fight, like, you know, getting hit like that. And I kind of understood everything that went down. But the Luke fight, I was definitely concussed. Mm-hmm. This fight, I had the neurologist was right there, and he didn't even think I had a concussion. He didn't send me to the hospital. I did like the cognitive test, and
wow,
I passed it because I'm a genius. Which, you know, they didn't do a base test, so they didn't realize that. So it's hard to measure a guy with my type of intelligence. But I passed the test, so I felt all right, and I watched the fight, and so, you know, what am I going to do?
How many stitches?
I got 3 stitches from my knee to my own eye, and I got from his knee to my side of my head, I got 7 stitches.
Okay.
So not as much as you think. I know if you watch, like, the blood was crazy. Everyone's really worried for me. I mean, it was perfect timed knee, perfect timed takedown attempt by me. Everything was just perfect in the favor of Yoel for that knee, and so it looked really bad. I mean, he put everything the guy has into that knee. But yeah, I felt all right.
Did you get a look at his post-fight celebration? If so, any issues with it? New York seemingly had an issue because they suspended him for jumping out of the cage, but the marching and all that stuff, jumping out, what do you think about all that?
Yeah, I saw him do that. I saw the replay. I don't know. I mean, the guy was excited. He's not supposed to do that, so he's getting in trouble for it. But You know, if it was someone else laying on the floor, that didn't know. I don't know. I mean, he just won a huge fight in Madison Square Garden. He was the underdog. He probably was shocked and surprised, and maybe just made a gesture out of just being, shocked and excited. So I don't know. I'm not going to hold him accountable for that, but whatever. If I want to really critique it, I could, but I don't really care that much.
Okay. And then, a family member now of yours, Wonder Boy, fights right afterwards, and I'm sure you watched it, but is any part of you thinking like, oh man, how is he reacting? Because I don't know how you guys do it. Someone who you love, family member fights. Anthony had to deal with this, Anthony Pettis, with his brother, and they lose, and then you have to go fight in a big fight. Did you feel like that affected him at all in the fight? Did you feel guilty at all?
I mean, the first thing I said, my wife actually videoed us the first time we seen each other after the fight, and I watched this whole fight. I was getting my stitches, and they did my stitches, and I was able to sit there and watch the fight in the room. And the first thing I did when I saw him, I just apologized to him. Sorry that he had to see what he saw with me. And we had an emotional moment for sure. There's actually a video. The video is pretty pathetic of me and him just sobbing.
Can I see it?
Yeah, they're hugging each other for like a good 30 seconds, 30, 45 seconds, I don't know. I felt terrible, and I'm sure it did affect them. That sucks. I mean, for me to have to watch that, that was bad. That was brutal to see that someone that you love get hit with a knee like that, and then you got to make that walk next. It definitely, there's no question, it affected them.
So you say you're tired of losing, you want to get right back in there. Had you won, I would have said you were, a layup for Brooklyn. Is that too soon now? So close to Long Island, but it's not that far away. Is that what you want, or do you want to wait a bit?
No, I'm ready to go. I'm already back in the gym. I already got some workouts in and did some jiu-jitsu, hit the pads. Been working out, been doing my old fitness stuff, lifting and stuff, and I feel good. I just want to get back in there. I don't want to wait too long after a loss like that. Coming off 2 losses, I just want to get out there and have fun. So Brooklyn is definitely not out of the question. I haven't been in touch with the UFC. I know Dana. He was like, "Yeah, I'll take a couple weeks, hang out with the fam, and then give me a call." So I haven't done that yet, but I want to fight in Brooklyn. That would be awesome. So, yeah.
So
I'm ready to go.
I've been saying that I think it's a brilliant move if you go up to 205 because the path to the belt is it's a lot shorter. The line is shorter. The queue is shorter. You used to wrestle it around that way. You have wins over the likes of Ryan Bader and Phil Davis back in the day in wrestling. What do you think about this idea? Should I stop talking about it, or is it a possibility?
It's definitely something that's a possibility. I could definitely, be the size where I'm not getting, outgunned. I think, but I would need a little bit more time. I could walk around like 215.
Okay.
That's kind of what I'm at right now. But a lot of these guys are walking around 230. So I would need a little time to go up. And but to be honest with you, my time, I really do feel like I'm the best in the world at middleweight. And in my last 2 fights, I haven't shown it. So my words don't mean anything to you, but me and my coaches and people around me believe in that. And I get it. There's definitely some contenders, but I feel like 1, 2, possibly 3. I don't know how many wins it takes, but I want to do it fast though. I want to fight, like you said, probably in February, and fight again 2 months later, 3 months later, whatever it is, and do it again. And I just feel like with my accolades I've already had, and with the good competition that there is in the middleweight division, it doesn't take me too many wins to get people excited about me fighting for the title again.
Okay, fair enough. Have you thought about who makes sense next yet?
A little bit. I know Whitaker just won. I'd definitely fight him if people are excited about that.
Yeah.
So one of these, I'd fight some of these up and coming guys.
Okay.
That coming up and trying to get into the top 5. I know I heard that he wanted to ask for a top 5 guy, and so I'm a top 5 guy if he wants to fight me. I'm down for that. Any of these up-and-coming guys that feel like they want to get a title shot could help. If they're able to beat me, then they're right there. If not, I think that shoots me right up again. So one of those guys I think makes sense, or some of the other top 5 guys. I don't know, Jacare, Rockhold. Who else is there?
Musasi.
Obviously, now Yoel's fighting Bisping, right?
Yeah.
So, Musasi. Musasi would be another one I'd be interested in.
How about you and Bisping exchanging pleasantries on Twitter? Has the beef been squashed?
You really got sick of me talking about who I'm fighting next. I just went right off of that.
Well, no. I mean, we went through all of them. I don't want you to call out number 15 and then you get stuck in a fight that makes no sense. I'm trying to cut the line. You know,
you're stopping me quick. I appreciate that. I don't really know what I'm talking about right now, guys. I'm walking around a fool here. I'm just naming guys. But wait. What were you saying?
Bisping sending you the tweet.
Yeah, that was nice of him.
Yeah, right.
The guy. With all the stuff we said back and forth, I mean, I am happy for the guy. He has accomplished a lot, and he had a long career of ups and downs and never got even a title fight. And he stepped in when I got injured against Rockhold and made it all work. And he got another W against Henderson, whether that fight made sense at all or not. But he did, and so he's defended his belt now. And for that guy to go through as many losses as he has, and then come out the other end, I definitely respect him for that. And it's motivation for a guy like me now. I was up on top for a while, and I lose 2 in a row. And you look at a guy like Bisping, who's been in the game, I don't know how many years he was in the UFC, and never had a title shot. And he kept working, and the opportunity came, and he made it work. So, I could kind of see how that's motivational for me, or anybody who has any setbacks. So he's definitely a motivational story. He has a motivational and inspirational story for anybody.
Romero Bisping, who do you think wins?
I'll tell you one thing: the five round thing for Bisping, for Yoel, is not a good thing. It's not the best thing for him. But obviously he's a dangerous guy. But the way I fought, I think Bisping can kind of do that type of style, the moving and the punching. But I don't think Bisping, he's not going to be taking him down, which definitely adds an extra tool in there. I'd have to say unless Bisping was able to just stay away from him and outpoint him for 5 rounds, I don't see him knocking him out. I don't see Bisping knocking him out. I don't see Bisping finishing him. So it would have to be I would say Yoel finishing Bisping is definitely more probably the most probably the thing that I think will happen. I'm gonna say Romero most likely will finish Bisping, but Bisping does have a chance of tiring him out and mixing it up and outpointing him out there for sure. Look what Bisping's done.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He's proven me wrong a couple times now. Yeah. So, there's no. I'm definitely not writing him off at this point. But it's hard to put down Yoel at this point. I just got kneed in the head by the guy in North. Sure. In this fight card ever. So I can't. I'm not going to start criticizing him. I look like a fool. So maybe after I win a fight or two, I get to beat him up, then I could talk about him. But as a sort of now, I can't say much.
Chris, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for talking to us on this Monday, and I'm looking forward. Brooklyn, again, like MSG, it wouldn't be the same without you. And if you want it, I hope you do get a spot on that card against anyone out there. I'm sure you take it. So I'm glad to hear everything's okay. Enjoy a bit of time off, and again, thank you very much for the time.
All right, buddy. I appreciate it. Take care, guys.
All right, there he is, Chris Weidman, stopping by. Great stuff from him. Let us move along. November 5th, a week before MSG, Tony Ferguson picked up arguably the biggest win of his career when he beat Rafael dos Anjos. We've been trying to talk to him since. Everyone, it seems, has been trying to talk to him. We're so very thankful a few days after Thanksgiving that he has agreed to come on the show. He is joining us now on the phone. Tony, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, guys? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Man, I have been trying to track you down. I think everyone has been trying to track you down. Everyone wants to hear what's on your mind. So again, thank you for coming on the show.
No worries, man. I'm a busy man, man. I'm a busy man after that win, especially.
Okay, so let me ask you this right off the top. Why did you decide to remain pretty quiet afterwards? Not only, in the days and weeks after the fight, but even in the cage, we were talking about how you had this opportunity with the mic. You didn't say anything except for, just thank you to the crowd. Why did you go that route?
What else is there to say, man? Look, I put it this way. I got, in the chess game, I got 3 moves. These dudes are not going absolutely anywhere. I've cornered them in a spot. They have nowhere to go. You got Conor taking a leave of absence, and you got Khabib Nurmagomedov right in front of me. I don't think Alvarez was going to be in the picture, and I don't see MJ or anybody else posing a threat. So that's why I kept kind of quiet, man.
Okay.
For me, I don't have anything to say because I talked my way to get to where I was at through actions. And my actions proved more than anything else. I spent 20-some-odd minutes inside that cage. One thing I wanted to do was grab a pizza and a beer. I wanted to have some fun. It was a long, lengthy camp and get ready for the next one. And to be honest with you, the fans deserved exactly what they got. Every single one of them, the ones that were there and the ones that were watching. And I'm very proud of what we did, man. We did something special out there.
To go 25 minutes with RDA at that pace, at that altitude is mind-blowing to me. How did you feel? Have you ever felt like that before? Did the altitude affect you at all? It didn't seem like it, but internally, how were you feeling?
Conditioning is always my forte, my friend, and I made it a point to be on top of that game much more than anything. And I was very surprised in my own self that how I was able to go 5 rounds and able to go another 5. That's what I was feeling. I was so calm and relaxed in there, and it was such a great feeling. It was probably one of my best fights I've ever had. Technically, sound of mind and a peace of mind and body. Together, everything was just making sense. In the back, my team and I were flowing really good. And out there, the punches were going. They were landing, man. I landed almost 200 strikes. That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was fun. I want to do that shit again.
Okay, and then so overall, you look at the body of work. I'm sure you've seen the fight. Were you happy with it?
With the fight, yeah, it was cool. I was looking at the judges. They scored it like they gave him round 1 and round 3, some of them. I'm a perfectionist, so I got a couple of things I want to work on. But I tried some new shots out there. Nobody really saw it, but I tried some new stuff, and it worked. And I got back to my old style, which is having fun and not really worried about what everybody else is thinking. And what I'm doing is what's important. Instead of people saying, "Hey, you need to go for the belt," or "You need to do this, you need to do that." Me, I'm waving my middle finger in the air, and I'm fucking keep moving forward. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, which is taking care of my family and training my ass off. And that translates into winning and getting performance of the night bonuses. And right now I got, 8 finishes out of 12? I'm on a 9-fight win streak. I'm 23-2, 23-3? Shit, where's my title shot, man? I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not saying nothing because I know it's going to come to me. But, hey.
Did you watch Khabib's fight against Michael Johnson the following week? And if so, what do you think of it?
I did watch it. He got smacked up a couple of times like I thought he was going to. But when you put all your chips into striking, you're going to get exactly what Michael Johnson did, which was absolutely nothing off the bottom. He didn't practice not one time probably getting up. I thought he probably thought in his head he was going to knock him out. But that's what you do. If you're kind of, I don't know, that's not what I do. But That's what, a lot of older fighters would do. Just get one-dimensional. And you can't really be one-dimensional in this fight game. If you are, you're going to get knocked out or you're going to get finished. And either that or you're just going to take a lot of damage. And you're just not going to be able to last very long. And Michael Johnson couldn't put it together. And I don't know. Khabib did good. I'll give that to him. But he ain't going to go 5 rounds with me. That's for sure. That dude only wants to go 1 and out.
And then afterwards, he goes on the mic and has this crazy, post-fight interview about Ireland and Conor and everything. Were you worried there that, as is the case, you saw with Nate Diaz, people get excited when they go on the mic that he was going to move in front of you?
No, man. Look, all bullshit aside, the guy's a whiny bitch. He can whine as much as he wants to, fight, and take time off. And people want a real fighter out there fighting for the real championship, and that's me. I'm not too fond. I don't really try to keep up too much with the area UFC stuff that's going on. Unless it's dealing with me, I don't give a shit. It's what I do. It's not who I am.
Yeah.
And I do have another life. But, for what's going on, I just see him trying to be big, bad, and tough, man. And I see him doing that when there's a bunch of people around him. I don't see that too many people doing that when there's only just me and them inside that octagon. So regardless if it's either Conor or Khabib, or if I drop down and I go to 45 and I kick all those ass, it doesn't matter. Any of these guys are going to go toe-to-toe with me. I'm going to make them go toe-to-toe with me. That's my favorite game, and if they don't, we take it to the ground. That's another part. You guys want to talk about title contention? I'm here now. I'm here. I'm badass. I'm a good fighter. I'm very well-rounded, and I got the conditioning to back that shit up. And I know you guys get excited when I fight, and I'm a fighter's fighter, and I like to be the people's champ. So vote for me.
Were you impressed with what Conor did to Eddie?
I mean, everybody gets caught.
Yeah.
He did that same shit to RDA. Nerves are motherfucker. I'm gonna tell you, nerves are crazy, and that's why I preach mental toughness, man. If you don't have it mentally to be able to get through all that nerve-wracking type of stuff, you're not gonna last in the fight game. You are not. If you're not used to talking shit and you're used to just going out there and doing your business, then you got to keep to you. You got to keep to your own tune and your own rhythm and your own speed of tempo. Once you change that shit up like everybody else tries to and tries to be a chameleon, and just because this guy's coming in and talking shit, you're going to change your game up? I don't think so, my friend. You want me to hype up a fight? I'll hype up a fight. But I'm not going to change my game up for absolutely nobody. And that's one thing that Alvarez did, and he got into his head, just like RDA and just like Aldo. The trickling effect, my friend.
What do you think is more likely for your next fight, Conor or Khabib?
Well, I know Conor don't want no part of this. I don't know what management's thinking, but I know I like the Khabib fight. I like it because we have some unfinished business. Like I said before, I'm not going to rob him of not whooping. He does deserve one from my hands. Maybe he doesn't deserve a finish at my hands because I want to make him go the full 5 rounds. That's just detrimental, man. You ask anybody if they want to go 5 rounds with me. So I don't think so. So as far as Khabib goes or Conor, it doesn't matter. You got McNuggets or you got a Q-tip. Either way, they're going to get finished. So that's that shit done.
The UFC has a show on January 21st in your backyard now of Orange County, and they don't have a main event for it. Have they reached out to you about fighting on that card on January 21st, UFC 208?
You bet your ass they have, man. I was excited. I was stoked about it. I was like, who's the opponent? And I can't really get too much into detail and stuff, but the person I was supposed to sign on the dotted line was a little too injured from his last bout, I guess, and had to wait a couple more months. So
was it Khabib?
I'm not going to say names, but all I'm going to say is you're going to have an interesting fight coming up pretty soon.
Oh.
You're going to have some fights coming up. And I would have loved to have been there in Anaheim. Sorry, fans. I'll be there signing some stuff and doing some fan stuff. But as far as the fight goes, I'm not sure what they have lined up. I'm trying to get me or somebody. But we'll keep our fingers crossed and we'll see what's up.
So do you have your next fight yet?
Nothing yet, man. I hope so. Hopefully soon.
What's the perfect scenario for you?
Perfect scenario? I'll play Bob the Builder again, start working on my house, and start looking for some other properties, man. Start doing this shit.
But what about fighting-wise?
Do what I'm doing.
Fighting-wise?
Fighting-wise is going to go in this direction that God has his plans for me to go.
Okay.
And really, honestly, the UFC is going to do what they're going to do, and I have my own plans. I have the option of dropping down weight class now.
Oh.
Or bumping up a weight class. I made weight with my jeans on the other day. I made 153.
Wow.
It's funny. So my cutting weight is pretty good. My mental game is really, really static right now. And my media game is about to jump up like you guys would not believe.
Oh.
I've been in ninja game for my whole pad work and everything lately. But obviously I'm to this point now. Everybody's going to see pad work and mitt work. So just keep on the IG for some cool, interesting stuff. And we'll look for camp to start up pretty soon.
Okay, so your next fight, regardless of who it's against, does it have to be for a belt of some kind? 155, interim, 140. Does it have to be for a belt?
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
It has to be.
Doesn't matter against who, just you want for the belt.
Yeah, give me a damn belt.
Yeah.
I don't want the 155 belt. Like I said, they got to recycle that bitch. I'm glad Conor's got that one because right now he can try to enjoy it as much as he wants to. I know fatherhood's a great thing. So, I can appreciate that. So enjoy your time, do your thing, whatever you got to do. And then when you come back, we'll be ready for you, man. So
what do you mean? What do you mean by recycle that one?
Because I always said the 155-pound belt's been in so many grubby hands, man. Never stayed there for 3 years.
So what? You're more.
been to secure the legacy, man, for the 155-pound division. All the champions and the guys way back then, you know, like George St. Pierre at 170, you have 185 for Anderson Silva, you have BJ Penn. You know, we can go on, but like nobody's really secured it at 155 pounds for more than 3 years.
Sure.
That thing's been in so many fucking hands. There really needs to be a real champion there. And that's me.
Okay, so just to be clear, you want that one more than 145 next, right?
Well, of course, man.
Okay.
I've earned that one.
Okay, okay.
I'm looking at the welterweight plaque right now that I just won at the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you tell me. I got 3 options.
Yeah.
That's in my head. So that's why I didn't really talk much. Me and my manager, we're going to go back to the drawing board. We're going to figure some things out, see where my head's at, and we're going to make some smart decisions now, man. You know, when I broke my arm, I dropped a shitload of numbers in the ranking system, and I fought my way back to get to where I'm at, but we just found out the ranking system don't mean shit.
Sure. That is true.
And for me, like, honestly, my honest opinion, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, which is being tranquil, calm, and the calm before the storm, man. I'm going to always be ready.
Are you worried that Conor won't come back for a while and you won't have a chance to fight for the real belt?
No way, dude. Honestly, people are going to do what they're going to do. This is the fight game. I'm not worried or scared about absolutely anybody that's not talking about me. That dude does not want any part of me. That dude got beat by number 5 in the world, Nate Diaz. And everybody's talking about him being the best, the best, the best. I'm like, dude, you got beat by number 5. I'm number 3 and number 2. I'm the only name that you haven't thrown out there in the wind. It's just like a fart. That's just going to come right back at you. It's going to hit you hard. And honestly, he doesn't want any part of this. So, like I said, go ahead. You got a little pass from me. Go enjoy your family time. Do your thing. Enjoy your life. You have some money, go ahead and go spend it. Do your thing. Relax. Enjoy your time. Try to find you. And while you're doing that, I'm going to keep over here wrecking this shit, like me and my crew. And we're going to go on to the next stage, which is when you come back, we're going to wreck your ass. So I'm going to stay here. I'm going to be ready. When I had my baby and all my stuff, I didn't take a leave of absence. I manned up. I did my thing. I fought. I'm just here doing what I have to do. You know, I'm not responsible for anybody else besides me and my family.
And it seems like, based on Khabib's comments, that he's interested in fighting you next, right? You're getting that impression?
Dude, that dude has no choice. It's like chess, man. Who else is he going to fight? He wants to fight for a bout.
Yeah.
Alvarez ain't going to fight him. Come on, dude. That dude been running from me for a long time. He has wanted nothing to do with me. His pops is like the first one to say that, yeah, my son will fight you. Sure. And Khabib's running the other way. And he's calling Conor a chicken, and Khabib is running from me, and I'm calling him a chicken. So it's like, it's a trickling effect, man, I'm telling you. But everybody's scared of the boogeyman at the end. And, you know, everybody doesn't go out in the dark without a flashlight. And I can see in the dark fine. So Khabib is going to be lights off for him no matter what. Guarantee it. And Conor will have his time with me, too, so don't trip on that one.
But if you fight for the interim belt, will that feel like you've accomplished? Like, does that feel real, or do you want the real one? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem that I feel like we're facing here. These interim belts aren't fulfilling to the fighters, to the athletes. Like, you strive to be the real champion, not the interim champion.
Well, I'm striving to be the pound for pound, my friend.
Okay.
That's what I strive for. I mean, the belts don't mean shit to me, honestly, unless I'm the pound for pound best in the world.
You do get paid more, right? If you become champion.
I'm sure it's somewhere in the contracts, man. The only thing I do is I fight, man. There's other people for that.
Okay, fair enough. Last thing, when do you think we'll see you back?
You'll see me back real soon.
Okay.
I'm going to get back in the training room. My leg was pretty swollen from throwing a lot of leg kicks, but it's back to normal. I'm ready to get my hands moving again and get some things moving, try out some new techniques that I really wasn't able to show out there. It was more of a stand-up battle, man. I got a lot of jiu-jitsu, dude. I got a lot of jiu-jitsu. So I don't know if you guys have been watching a lot of the EBI stuff that's going on, but that's on Fight Pass.
Yeah.
But check it out. My coach, Eddie Bravo, he's got some new stuff, man, and I'm gonna keep hitting him up, and I'm gonna try to go down to wild card boxing to get some more good coaching in my boxing game. I think I got a lot to offer in that sport. And then I'm always going to look forward to my Muay Thai, keep getting that up, getting my shins more sharp like razor blades or like samurai swords. And elbows, same thing, dude. I'm just going to keep being me, keep working hard. And you guys will see some pictures. Make sure you guys follow me on my Instagram and Twitter at Tony Ferguson XT. And I appreciate everybody, man. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tony. All the best. Appreciate you coming on. Good luck.
Hey, thanks, guys.
All right, there he is, Tony Ferguson, making a very strong case for being the next man to fight for the belt. Which belt that is, I'm not sure, but one of the belts at 155. Okay, let's move along. One man who will be fighting for a belt on December 10th. He is fighting for the interim featherweight title. He is like the Tony Ferguson of the featherweights. He is on fire. He hasn't lost in years, and he's getting a chance to fight for the interim belt. We've talked all about it against Anthony Pettis in Toronto. There he is. Max Holloway joining us via the magic of Skype. Always crystal clear Skype, which we appreciate greatly. The pride of Waianae himself joining us right now. Max, how are you?
Good, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. When did you find out that this was going down, that you were fighting for the interim belt?
Probably, what is that, Friday? Friday we saw, but it's nothing's fucking real until you sign a damn contract. I didn't get a contract until Saturday, so Saturday everything came real. They announced it, and now we're here, you know. So fighting for a belt, I guess.
What was your reaction? Because it's a very strange situation, right? Conor gets stripped, Aldo gets stripped of his interim belt. You now fight for the interim title main event. What was your reaction when you processed it all?
A whole lot of shit. It's fucking domino effects, you know. It's crazy, man, you know. But like my nickname, man, I'm blessed, you know. I'm blessed to be in this opportunity, blessed to do my first, be my first main event of a pay-per-view, and you know, first title shot, even though it's an interim, and it's been a long time coming. So I'm just excited, man, and people want to see what hard work is, you know. Tune in December 10th, and I'm gonna show you guys what hard work is.
I made the case earlier that I thought that if they were going to go ahead and strip Conor of the belt, that your fight against Anthony needed to be for the real belt, not the interim belt, the real belt. You got to go all in on this, especially with Aldo kind of being in limbo with his career. Does the interim belt, is it fulfilling enough for you? Does it mean, like, when you think about winning the interim title on December 10th, does that feel like your dreams are coming true, or will you kind of have the reaction that we've seen from some other people where they're like, this is not the real belt, it doesn't do what I've been striving for? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand, man. I totally get it, and we see what happens. You know, like I say, my focus is on Anthony Pettis, all of Anthony Pettis. But you know, at the end of the day, Aldo had the chance to fight. There's rumors of us fighting on 205, and then there was rumors of us fighting here at 206, and motherfucker kept saying no. So we see what happens. You know, it just makes, with all these things going on, just makes it super clear, you know, whoever wins this gets Aldo next, and everybody know how vocal I've been against Aldo, so everything go good, the road is straight, and Aldo's gonna be next, you know, and they're saying it's for the undisputed, so we see what happens. If worst comes to worst, I don't really care, you know. All I want to do is prove I'm the best in the world, and come December 10th is going to be one more step towards greatness.
We had Anthony on the show earlier, and he told us that the best part about all this is that he gets paid more now that he's fighting for a belt. Is that the case with you too?
Oh yeah. You know, like you said, we get paid more. You know, we get paid more. We get to be the main event, of course. You get to do all this media, all this fun stuff. And, you know, I'm excited, you know. I'm excited with the fight. The fight, it didn't change, you know. I got the same opponent I had 7 weeks ago. We just got 2 extra rounds now, and someone get to go home with a pretty little gold belt now. So I'm ready, you know. I'm focused.
How do you feel about getting the 2 extra rounds with, you know, 2 weeks notice? Is that an issue at all for you?
Not at all, you know. Not at all, man. Man, you know UFC, everybody been watching UFC for the last 2 years, and they've been throwing some curveballs at some of those fighters. So you got to be ready at all times, and I'm ready at all times, man. Shout out to my guy, Maki Bitolu. He's fighting Victory the day before our fight for a belt, and he was fighting fives, and I was getting ready with him in the camp. I had to do a couple rounds with him. So, you know, we was training for 5-5s anyway, you know, so it is what it is. Just the icing on the cake, you know. I'm ready, and you know, title fight or not, you know, I was ready to take the main event stuff. I tweeted it, you know, 5 rounders, no problem. You know, you always got to stay ready, stay on top of this game. You don't know when your opportunity is. You know, you got to be ready at all times, and we stay ready over here.
Your last loss feels like it was decades ago, but it was to Conor McGregor in Boston. Are you disappointed that he's now out of the division, it seems, that you won't get a chance to avenge that loss?
No, not at all. You know, it's you know, you gotta light fire on the people. You know, maybe if everything goes good, I take care of Pettis. You know, then we get the road to Aldo. I take care of Aldo. Maybe it makes him want to come back down, or and I'm only turning 25 this Sunday, so
crazy.
it's this thing called growing, you know, and I'm growing, you know, and I'm getting bigger. So, you know, if it's at 55, it's going to be at 55. It's at 170, it's at 170. Wherever he goes, if he want to fight, you know, if he say he wants to fight at heavyweight, you know, all these divisions, I'll go fight him, you know. It is what it is. If he wants to fight out, that's the fight to make. You know, that's one of the fights a lot of people want to see, and you know, can't really go too much from me. You know, I'm Polynesian, so I can get big. I can get big.
That is true. Happy early birthday, by the way, to you.
Thank you.
Want to ask you the same question I asked Anthony, because this card has gone through these changes and it was scrutinized for, you know, not getting GSP on it, and they added your fight a little late, and people were very excited about it. Now that you're in the main event, do you feel pressure for the Toronto fans, for the pay-per-view audience, to do something special? Like, do you think about that sort of thing?
Nah, man. Nah, you know what you get when you come watch a Max Holloway fight, you know. You know what you get when you watch an Anthony Pettis fight, you know. We're two exciting guys, so I think it's going to live up to the hype, you know. It's, yeah, you got that gold belt, you got that hype, whatever, but, you know, we was going to go out there and put on a show anyway, you know. So, just make sure to tune in December 10th. Don't miss it. You know, it's going to be a great fight. It's going to be amazing. And it's fucking ninja shit, man. A bunch of ninja shit is going to happen. It's going to be cool as shit.
He's had one fight at 145. He was victorious against a guy you know kind of well, Charles Oliveira. What did you think of him as a featherweight? What did you see out of him? Same guy as he was at 155? Different kind of fighter? What was your assessment?
You know, it was hard to go off of him because that's your first fight, you know, the weight cut and all the stuff. But, you know, we're getting ready for a better Anthony Pettis that was against Charles Oliveira. So, you know, he did good. He did what he had to do. He won. And now he's here. You know, we're here. And I'm getting ready for the best Anthony Pettis ever. You know, this guy's a former champion. Like that box behind you, his motherfucker's on a Wheatie box. You know, so it's huge, you know. It's you know, he got a big name, and he's bringing a big name to the table. So I can't wait to go out there and you know, show my word. You know, show the world. If you don't know who Max Holloway is, December 10th, you're about to find out.
What was the reaction on social media when this news came out? What are you seeing from people?
You know, I'm seeing a lot of good supporters than haters, you know. Yeah, you got your haters here and there, but we all got them. But I see a lot of good supporters and a lot of people that's happy. They just you know, they're happy that I'm actually getting a title fight. They're like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm glad you're getting a title fight, 9 fights finally, and whatever, and this and that. And I've been getting a good reaction. You know, I've been seeing some haters, but more good. You know, good always the bad.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm blessed to be in the position. You know, it's we got some haters, but if you don't got haters, you're doing something
sure
wrong, you know, so it's cool.
Do you agree with the UFC's decision to strip Conor?
You know, they was saying it forever, you know. They was saying they was going to do it before or right after, so it is what it is, you know. Conor taking a break anyway, too, you know. He's focusing on becoming, having a kid or whatever, and he was going to be gone for a while, too, so it is what it is, you know. Time will tell. We see what happens. We see the way it plans out, and our division was in murky water because of that. You know, after this fight, I really didn't have no idea who I'd be able to fight, you know, because of him taking out and having an interim title and all this freaking blasphemy and and this malarkiness. And now it's super clear, you know. It's the winner of this gets Aldo, and you know, division's way more cleared up. So you know, I'm excited. I'm excited for the opportunity.
Are you confident that Aldo will fight you if you win this fight? I mean, you just said that you've had issues getting him to fight you at 205, 206. Are you confident he'll fight you if you win this fight?
I don't know, man. You know, if everything go good, I get my hand raised, and everybody know what I've been saying. He got that fucking disease, you know, pussyitis, and there's one guy that got that vaccine. His name is Max Holloway, so he can come see me if he ever wants the vaccine. But if not, he can go do whatever the hell he wants to do. You know, he said he wanted to go play soccer or something. You know, good for him. But at the end of the day, you know, if he wants to see me, he can see me. And but first things first is Anthony Pettis, man.
Yeah.
You know, this guy's a former champion of the world. You know, he know what it takes to get to this position, and I'm fully focused on him. You know, and then if everything goes good, you know, tune in, and I'll have some words for Aldo after the fight.
Oh, wow. Oh, speaking of after the fight, I know this is a minute detail, something that people like me like to think about, but what do you think you'll do with the belt when they give it to you? You know, we've seen people not want it, say it's interim, I want the real belt. Have you thought about that?
All the belts, like when I was amateur or pro that I won in like the local circuit and stuff, my mom gets them. So I probably have it for a little bit, and as soon as I get back to Hawaii, my mom is gonna take it from me, and I don't know, man. When we're in there and I win and a visualization of it going around, we see what happens. Like I said, Aldo was I think I was supposed to fight Aldo a bunch of times, and he kept saying no. So we see what happens, how I feel in there, and I'm just excited for the opportunity, man. Like you said, we got a new contract with this. We got more money. More money is always better, and
Yeah.
we get to be at my first pay-per-view and pay-per-view main event. Man, I'm blessed. I'm excited, and it's gonna be a fun one. Make sure you guys tune in December 10th.
What's the message to the fans in Toronto who are saying, like, look, I paid all this money and we lost this title fight. We thought GSP. What do you say to those people?
Man, after a fight, you'll be thanking UFC. You're gonna be thanking the UFC. After Anthony Pettis and Max Holloway fight, you guys are gonna be thanking UFC. Thank you for making these guys the main event, and thank you for putting up that belt or whatever, and thank you for such a great fight. It's gonna be a great night. There's still a lot of great fighters on the card, and I can't wait. It's gonna be a exciting night, and man, the opportunity is there. It's cards like these is the one that people count out is usually the ones that always come through, and bring the fire. So I know what I did for the last 7 weeks. I'm ready, and can't wait to show the world on December 10th.
By the way, what's the weather like in Waianae today?
Let me see. It's nice and clear outside,
But
not and warm.
Temperature, what are we saying temperature
Let's
wise?
see the temperature.
Yeah, let's see.
Temperature is 80.
80 degrees. Are you ready for what's waiting for you in Toronto, my friend?
We see. I'm about we're about to find out. I'm gonna get up there soon, and we'll find out. I fucking hate the cold.
I know.
I just hate the cold. Yeah, this is no fun. But you gotta do what you gotta do. It's you gotta man up, and that's what I'm gonna do.
But honest question, does that affect you? I mean, if you're cold, it's hard to sweat and lose weight and feel warm and get in a rhythm. Are you worried about that? Are you gonna go earlier to get acclimated?
Oh yeah, every single fight, man. We go out early to get acclimated. Hawaii's behind everybody and whatever. But I heard the main card is going to start a little bit late up there, so it's actually perfect for Hawaii time if I stay on Hawaii time. But like you said, the weather and even to where we go to eat, we like going early so we get to, I kind of trip out that people fly in on that day that UFC tells them to on Tuesday or whatever, and they tell them, oh, this is when you gotta be in. You can go in earlier, That's just when we need to check in, and they try to acclimate from Tuesday to Saturday. I think that's a short time, but you need to go in. You need to find the spots where you can eat, the healthy places, and your grocery shopping, and get some stuff done. And flying in and gotta get straight to work is kind of shitty. I like to debunk a day or two and just chill and just hang out and then check in and whatever. Get used to the weather, go check out some stores, check out some food spots that we can eat after training, see what spots is open late, because usually all of us fighters gotta train late in the hotel. So I feel great. We always go early, we always check it out, and it's just another fight, man. It is what it is. It's a routine.
Last thing, Max, in your opinion, key to defeating Anthony, what is it?
Tune in, man. December 10th. I ain't giving no secrets. You guys want to see something amazing and a badass fight, December 10th, man. It's going to be worth it. I promise you guys.
Mahalo, my friend. Thank you very much. Congrats on getting the fight. Congrats on getting some more money. Well deserved. And good luck in the next 2 weeks as you finish up preparations for it. Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
All right. There he is. Max Holloway fighting Anthony Pettis on December 10th. Toronto. Main event. Interim featherweight title. I found out about it on Friday night, and I waited almost 24 hours to report it because I had to, usually I triple check. This time I had to quadruple check because I just couldn't wrap my head around the whole thing. Wait, they're stripping Conor to make Aldo the real champ, to then make Holloway and Pettis fight for the interim belt. It was all very confusing, and I just couldn't wrap my head around it. And then finally I was like, all right, I guess this is what is happening. And then later on that night, they announced it on TV. No press conference, no conference call, no nothing. Here it is, deal with it. And till now, we have yet to hear from both Jose Aldo and Conor. We have heard now on this very program from both Max Holloway, Anthony Pettis. We've heard from Daniel Cormier. Later on, we will hear from Anthony Johnson. For now, let us move along. As I told you, last Monday was a very big day for free agent Lorenz Larkin, because last Monday marked the end of his 3-month exclusive negotiation period with the UFC. So now he's free to talk to anyone he wants. So we wanted to check in with him, see how this whole process is going. He joins us right now via the phone. Lorenz, are you there?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Pretty good.
Thank you for joining us. I know it's a very busy time and an interesting time in your life. So that 3-month period expires. You're now a week into it. Right off the bat, and I feel like I know the answer, but I have to ask, anything new to share? Where do we stand right now as far as where you'll be fighting next?
I'm still not sure about that. I do know that, UFC is really interested, and a couple other organizations are interested. So, I'm just waiting out everything and seeing, what's the best decision.
You last fought at UFC 202, August, I think it was 21st, if I'm not mistaken. Did you think it would go this long without a new deal, or are you surprised that you haven't signed with anyone yet?
I didn't think it would go this long. So, but it surprised me, and it gave me something new to look at, and it's a new experience. So, I'm just kind of just riding the wave, and just kind of just going with the flow.
By the way, are you on a speakerphone?
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
It's a little hard to hear you. I know you're not allowed to drive if you're driving now. How's
better?
Yes, much better. So are you disappointed that you've reached this point and you haven't gotten anything concrete yet?
Well, no, because I know there's interest.
Okay.
I'm kind of disappointed when it comes to the whole side of the UFC, because, it was such a long waiting period, and especially how things kind of, when everything first kind of happened, when it came to me signing, re-signing a new deal, before my Magny fight, I just felt like the offer that they threw at me was, kind of like a slap in the face. And then, when I didn't want to agree to that, they was like, okay, well, just fight the last fight from the contract. And I felt like that was a slap in the face because, I kind of felt like, they're betting against me. You know what I mean? And it was just kind of like, Magny's been on a tear. Everybody knows he's a beast, and his accomplishments speak for itself. And it was just, I felt like it was just like kind of like the UFC just betting against me, like, oh well, he'll take this fight, and he probably won't get past Magny, and then we'll resign him for the same thing,
Mm-hmm. So deep down, I mean, you were saying all the right things right afterwards, but it must have felt really good to sort of, if you were feeling that they were betting against you, like that you were kind of sticking it back to them. Like, look, you thought I was going to lose in this last fight. Here you go. Look at this performance. I just beat this guy who was doing great as of late. I mean, deep down, you must have kind of felt that a little bit, right?
Oh, I felt that a lot. I knew how much stuff was on the line, with that fight, and I was just kind of like, it was real good. I felt really good about it.
Yeah, you were fired up. And so you have this 3-month period. Do you find like this is part of the sport, but this 3-month exclusive period, you can't go out and kind of find out how much you're worth. You have to sit for 3 months, which probably feels like an eternity. Do you feel like that's a little bit strange? It's antiquated to do it that way. Like, you're free, the contract's up, just go out and get the offer, and if they want to match it, they'll match it, and then you can move on. Like, the 3-month exclusive period seems a little weird to me.
Yeah, I feel like I try to look at everything from a fighter's aspect and from a business aspect, and from a business aspect, I get it. You know what I mean? And there's not too many players that want to wait 3 months. That probably get a little stir crazy and they just accept whatever's thrown at them. So that 3 months, I feel like that 3 months is kind of just puts you in that stir crazy mode and to the point where you don't really want to wait and see. You know, you just kind of want to get things settled and just go with the flow and just go with it, you know.
Have they offered?
Tailored towards.
Go ahead,
them,
sorry.
You know. No, I'm saying that I feel like that 3-month thing is tailored towards them, you know.
Sure, of course. Have they offered you anything concrete yet? Anything that you're happy about?
No, I haven't received the offer since the first offer before my last fight.
Wow.
So I haven't received no other offer at all.
So is there thinking now that they want to see what you're going to get on the open market, and then they're going to see if they're going to match it?
You know what? I'm not too sure. I mean, I know that, you know, they're very interested, and I know that things since my fight has been real, you know, chaotic with the UFC, you know, with everything that's happened. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I should know something within a week or so. I'm hoping for.
Okay, you're thinking in a week you're going to get an offer from someone else, and then you can see where the UFC is at. It feels to me like that's what they're waiting for here.
Or other promoters that are really interested.
Yeah. So have you talked to any of those other promotions yet? Hello? I think we lost him. Lorenzo, are you there? No. Let's call him back. Lost Lorenz. We'll get him right back. It's an interesting thing because the fighter fights out his contract, then they have this 3-month period, then they have the right to match after the period. So there's a lot of power there. Even though the 3 months are up, it doesn't mean that the fighter could just go sign anywhere. And from what I understand, this is going to start to be the norm, unless you're, you know, a really, really big dog, maybe a champion. Most of the fighters are going to fight out their contract. And not just because they want to. The UFC is going to allow them to. I mean, the UFC, from what I'm being told, I mean, there's cost cutting going everywhere. And I think that the days of trying to sign someone a fight or two before their contract is up, at least for now, are going to, those days are going to be put on hold a little bit. And I think that we're going to see this more and more. And they're going to wait and see what someone like Lorenz can get on the open market. And then, you know, see if they're going to want to match it. And that's what they've done with a bunch of guys as of late. They did that with Rory McDonald. They did it with Benson Henderson. I think they're doing it with Ryan Bader. And I think more to come. Gegard Mousasi. I think that's going to be the norm. And so it's going to be interesting to see what Lorenz can get from, you know, you'd think a Bellator is interested. He used to fight for Rich Chow and Scott Coker, and then see if the UFC is going to want to match that. And so that's it's a tough thing because I think that he loses a little bit of momentum because he hasn't fought now in 3+ months. Imagine winning against Neil Magny and then right away getting a chance to test the market, getting a chance to see what's out there. Because now you're super hot, you're in the news, you're on everyone's mind. I mean, everyone's thinking about you. People want to capitalize. You're healthy. I think that's a good spot to be in. But it's, you know, it's part of the game. I mean, you could say the same about free agency, and we use the word free agency, as I said on the MMA Beat last week. I mean, we use that because we want to kind of compare it to other sports, but it's not like these guys have 30 other options. You know, they have 1, 2, maybe 3. You know, Bellator's the big one. World Series isn't going out there and signing a lot of these guys. They're just not in that position, and they probably shouldn't. And then you have maybe 1 overseas and Ryzen as well. I think we do have Lorenz back. Lorenz, are you there?
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem. As I said, you have a relationship with Scott Coker from the Strikeforce days. Have you talked to them? Has your management talked to them? Do you know if they're interested or not in you?
Yeah, you know, my management has spoken with Bellator, and they're very interested in talking with me.
Okay.
So, you know, that's a good thing, you know, and I know that Ryzen's interested too, you know. So, you know, it's not going too bad, you know. I feel like there's interest there, and
you know, we hear from people sometimes, I want to be in the UFC regardless. Is that the case with you, or do you just want to go to the highest bidder?
Well, my thing is you know, it's just if the promotion doesn't believe in me, you know, then what's the point? You know, I'm not fighting. You know, I've had a couple I'm kind of seasoned now, and I don't. It's not the thing of I just want to be cool and tell people that I fight in the UFC. That doesn't do anything for me. My thing is, every fighter, they want the promotion to believe in them and believe that they can do something and maybe put a little push behind too. I understand that you put a push against everybody, with everybody, but I feel like I have talent. I'm a fan favorite to watch. I have exciting style. I'm not boring cage. So my whole thing is use it. I don't want to just fight. I'm not saying I want to commentate or anything like that, but then use me and market me or have me do meet and greets. There's just stuff like that. I don't want to just work when I fight. It's like I'm under contract and put me to work. I'm not scared to work. So I just want any promoter. It has nothing to do with just the name. That's if fighters fight in UFC just to say I'm a UFC fighter, that's stupid.
Do you not feel like they believe in you? You said that you want to feel like they believe in you. Do you not feel like that right now?
No, it's I'm just going off of, and the thing is, too, is I'm not just going off of like hurt feelings. I'm just going off of, and I've did this multiple times. Like thing that I've done with fans and stuff like that. My dime, my team, and it's all about me. So every time a fan has ever took pictures of talk to me or stuff like that at fights or at like UFC Expo, UFC is not they didn't fly me out, or they didn't board me out there. I paid for that. I paid it. It came out of my pocket to come and check out the the expo and chill with fans and stuff like that and experience the whole thing. So all the
Okay, the phone is getting troublesome again. Lorenz, it's
the thing is,
oh, there he is. You're the phone is breaking up on us again. You there?
Yeah.
Lorenz?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, but I'm just trying to sum it up as I don't care that it's been on my dime, but I shouldn't have to when I have what I'm fighting for, promotion.
Sure.
And it's just a part of the game. I don't mind it. I love fans, and love to do anything that's me closer with them, But it's kind of ridiculous when you have to come out of your pocket all the time to do that. When there's a company more than able to put you in a position to do that.
Are you confident that you're going to get what you're worth? You rolled the dice on yourself. You won that gamble, and now here you are waiting for the offers. Do you feel like you're going to get what you're worth, or do you think that you may have to settle regardless? This phone is killer. This is problematic. Let's try to get his last response there, and let's try to call him back. This phone is no good. And then we'll get to Katzengano in a second, because it's a packed show and I don't want to jam things up. I blame those tunnels in California. The traffic. It's got to be on the traffic. It's got to be on something. It appears as though Jose Aldo, by the way, has talked. He has spoken to Sport TV, one of Sport TV's channels called Planeta. This is recapped on MMA Junkie, talking about this whole thing, saying that he knew that Conor McGregor's belt would be stripped, and the UFC went with him, obviously to be the champion, and that he wants to defend it once and then fight Conor. And so there are his first comments. Still awaiting some kind of word from Mr. McGregor a tweet. You'd have to think that even a tweet of him, with both belts saying "come and get it," something of that nature, is probably going to beat his "thanks for the cheese" tweet as far as retweets, likes, things like that. You'd have to think. Our man Guilherme Cruz saying that Aldo has talked to Sport TV and UFC.com in Brazil at this point, and we will have a recap of that over on MMAfighting.com. But right now, as I said, his silence is deafening at this point, and I think somewhat of a smart strategy on his part. Lorenz, are you there? Lorenz?
All right, we should be good now.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to ask this. Do you feel confident that you're going to get what you're worth at the end of the day, or do you think that you're going to have to settle? You rolled the dice on yourself in August. You won that part, but sometimes in this game, especially in MMA, the promoters, they're just not willing to pay. What do you think? Do you think you're going to, begrudgingly sign a contract, or do you think you're going to get what you're happy with?
I think I'm going to get what I'm happy with. I just feel like I have all the tools for anything that even makes sense. I feel like I'm exciting. I feel like I bring it every single time I get in there, and it's a style that people like to see, So I feel like I have the tools that kind of argue the points that I'm trying to make, All
right. Well, I wish you the best, my man. Keep us posted. So you think by this time next week you get a new deal?
That's the plan,
It's got to feel a little weird now, right? Like your whole career is in limbo. I don't envy you.
Yeah, man. I think I'm about to get a part-time job somewhere, man.
No, you can't do that. You're too good of a fighter to do that. And you did it at the right time. You're peaking at the right time. This is the time to test free agency. Would you, by the way, the last thing, would you recommend this to fellow fighters to do this, or is it too stressful?
It is a stressful thing, but I mean, it's all on, what you believe in,
Yeah.
If you feel like, that this is really something that can happen for you, then, I would say go for it. I'm just one of those guys that, if I believe in something, then I'm just going to go for it, and I'll find out then, but I'm not going to sit back and wish and hope and think what would have happened if I would have, I'd rather just do it, and then if I fell, but if I don't, then it's something that I pursued and it went through good,
Okay. Well, keep us posted, Lorenz. Wish you the best. Congrats on the win back in August, and I hope that you get what you deserve.
All right, thank you, and take care.
All right, there he is, Lorenz Larkin. Damon Soon, hoping to get a big deal. His period of exclusivity as far as negotiations are concerned is up. It was up last Monday, and now he is trying to get that big contract. And you wonder what he's going to get and where he's going to get it. You'd think that Bellator is interested, given their history with Scott Coker, and we'll see what happens. In a minute, we're going to be joined by Kat Zingano. And the reason why we wanted to have Kat Zingano on the show this week is tomorrow on Audience Network. And Audience Network, from what I understand, is a channel that is available on DirecTV. I know that because I have DirecTV. And also, I'm told AT&T Uverse, I believe it's called. It's actually a very good channel. You can get the Rich Eisen show on it. They've got all these sit-down interviews. It's kind of like HGNet back in the day. I don't think there are a lot of commercials, but it's all pretty high-quality stuff. They have a show, a series that's been airing over there, whose executive producers, by the way, are the likes of Tom Brady and Michael Strahan, and it's called Religion of Sports. And tomorrow they're airing a 1-hour documentary on Kat Zingano and her life, and in particular focusing on everything that she's been through with her husband committing suicide and coming back from the injuries and, losing at UFC 200. And of course, most of us who watch this show know about her story, know about what she's been through, know about what she's had to overcome. Never seen her like this before. It is very eye-opening, heart-wrenching, at times difficult to watch, but very honest, very authentic. and just an open look at what she's been through from her perspective, balancing being a mother, a fighter, dealing with the suicide, the emotions, what happened. It's very well done. It is incredibly high quality content. And so that's why I said on Saturday, if you get that channel, audience, I think it's tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern, do yourself a favor and DVR it. And if not, hopefully they'll post it online somewhere, because it makes you look at Kat Zingano in a whole different light, a completely different light. I mean, the respect after watching it that I have for her as a mother, as a human being, as a fighter, grew exponentially. Incredibly hard situation, obviously. And now she's in California. She's in Chula Vista, California, training at Alliance MMA. And she mentioned to me how hard it was to sort of lay it all on the table, open her heart, talk about this openly for the first time, especially when it's in front of a camera. It's one thing to do it for, either a radio interview or an article. It's another to do it with a camera right in front of you. And she did that and then some. So we'll continue to try to track her down. I know she was finishing training right about now. So we'll put her on hold for just a second. I do believe we have our next guest, though, on the line, and he is a legend of this sport. He is someone that a lot of you have been asking about for quite some time. He's got the most famous mustache in MMA history. He is the Predator, Don Frye, and he joins us right now on the phone. Don, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, partner. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you, Don?
Oh, I'm okay. I got no complaints.
Well, that is very good to hear. A couple of weeks ago, a lot of people were asking me how you're feeling. There were some reports that you weren't feeling well, that you were in the hospital. Physically, and we'll get through everything. We'll talk about everything. Physically, how are you feeling on this Monday morning, November 28th?
Hell, I got okay, I guess, shit. Go out and race a train here in about 20 minutes, so. Yeah, fight a pit bull. So, because I'm a little weak and tired, so I got to start out small.
So, from what I understand, you were just in the hospital for around 3 months. Is that correct?
Yeah, just two and a half, I think.
What for?
I went in there for my back, because I broke the rods in my back.
Wow.
They were supposed to fix that. And then I had some kind of hemorrhage in the front of the brain. So they had that, and then they put me in a medically induced coma for a while, and shit. I had pneumonia, and something else, I can't remember. But
what triggered this?
Hell, I don't know. Like I said, they had to fix the back, and when they got that fixed, and I got out, things just went south. Now I ended up spending like about a month or so in ICU.
Wow.
Yeah, that wasn't fun.
Were there ever any concerns about your life? Like, I mean, was it life-threatening?
Yeah. Well, for somebody else who would have been.
But not for you.
Not me, baby. Not me.
Did you injure your... I know you had the rods in there, and actually we do have... you can't see this, but we have x-rays of your back right now provided to us, and we see the screws in your spine. When did you injure your back to get to this point?
Oh, hell, I injured my back about 12, 13 years ago. But back in May 2010, May 2011, I had 5 back surgeries, and then 2 years later in 2013, they fused 10 vertebrae to my 6th back surgery. And then it was okay for a while, and then I got here, and I was like, man, my back really hurts for the last couple of years, I didn't want to bitch about it. So, a buddy of mine, his dad's a doctor, so I said, let's take X-ray, and he said, "Well, here's the problem, dumbass. You broke the rods."
Wow.
You know? So I walked around for a year and a half or 2 years with broken rods. You know, and then I had a bacterial, some kind of bacteria infection in there too, which was caused me to have a real high fever. So I was always sweating, and I didn't know why. You know, I just thought it was my back. But I had a fever due to this infection that was in my spine.
And initially, you injured your back how? Was it because of fighting, wrestling, something else?
Probably a combination of everything.
Yeah. And then, do you know how you broke the rods?
Not a clue, buddy.
Wow.
Not a clue.
Wow. Were you when you were in the hospital and you said you're getting bleeding in the brain and all that? Are you starting to get worried?
No, hell no. I don't even remember it, buddy. I don't even remember it. You know, this is all stuff that they're telling me.
Oh, wow.
After they woke me up, you know.
Okay.
And like I said, they put me in a coma. And I was in ICU, and I finally woke up, and they finally got me out of ICU into the regular hospital. And that's when, Ken Yasuda and my buddy Jim Cody Williams started telling me what all happened.
When you were released a couple of days ago, what did that feel like?
Oh, my God, it's so nice to get outside, get some fresh air on your face.
Yeah. I'm sure you have a great appreciation for that now. Were you able to walk while in the hospital?
I'm still walking with a walker.
Okay.
I'm like a 100-year-old man. This thing really aged me. It put the boots to me then.
But you're on the comeback trail.
Damn right I am.
Were you aware of the amount of people that were asking about you, praying for you, thinking about you, wondering how you were doing? This MMA community is a special group of people. Were you aware of all of that going on outside of the hospital?
Aware of all what?
The people asking about you, praying for you, wishing you well. The fans.
No, I wasn't. It's pretty nice that everybody do that, though, man. I really appreciate it. Really do.
Well, a lot of the fans were asking me. I mean, I know that you didn't have the ability to speak to everyone, but I know they were, tagging you on Twitter. You're not, I mean, just looking at your Twitter page, it's not very active. Is that even yours? Like, do you even run it?
Burner, I've been awake for 10 days,
Yeah.
It ain't very clear 10 days. So, and before that, I was out for, 2 months. So, I don't know what's going on, man. It's a whole new world to me.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. And this has been an interesting year, I guess, to put it mildly for you, because you were inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame. I know that meant a lot, but personally, it hasn't been the best, right?
Right. It's terrible.
What have you been dealing with?
Pardon?
What have you been dealing with?
Oh, I got a divorce and other things, and really don't want to talk about it.
Okay. And how are you feeling, given, I know you just got out and everything. Do you feel like things are trending in the right direction for you? Do you feel like you're going to get back on track?
Oh, I'll get back on track, partner. Shit, I'm Don Fry.
Do you have anyone helping you at home?
Not yet. Like I said, my wife kicked me out, so I'm out here in California, and an empty house because my buddy's up in Bakersfield, and he's coming home for the night, and then he's going to go down to San Diego, I think.
Okay.
So,
what was that experience like for you to get inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame?
That was great, man. That was fucking great. I thank God that Fertitta saved my life. Something happened at the right time.
You feel like if that didn't happen, things would have been worse for you?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Wow, so it really meant a lot to you.
Yeah, You're damn right I did.
Did you get to meet a lot of fans while you were there? Did you have interactions with them? Did they tell you what you meant to them?
Yeah, I was pretty lucky. I was real lucky.
Someone on Twitter telling me now, please tell Don that his Hall of Fame speech was one of the greatest speeches I've ever heard from anyone. How about that?
Wow. Thank you.
Did you enjoy it? Did you like the speech?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun giving it.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I thought it was incredibly entertaining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is that something that you worked on a lot, or did it just come, off the cuff to you?
Kind of both.
Okay.
Kind of both.
There's,
you had a basic outline and there's a bunch of ad-libbing.
Sure. Were you surprised when the UFC called you to say that you were going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame?
Oh, yeah. I sure was.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I was still kind of still shocked.
Wow.
We were there at watching the fight at Jason's house, and then it came on. They announced me, and then Aunt Evans called, started laughing at me. Aunt's the one who put me up for the vote.
Yep.
And then Bill Goldberg called and congratulated me.
Wow.
He was the first one, and then my phone just blew up.
Wow. But why were you surprised? I mean, you've had a Hall of Fame career. What, did you just not think the call was going to come?
Yeah, I figured I was too much of an asshole over the years, Come to bite me in the ass.
Yeah. Do you still watch MMA? Are you a fan of the sport as it is right now?
Oh, heck yeah. I watched it a couple of nights ago. They had free, they had it on Fox.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was a great show.
Who are some of the fighters that you enjoy watching? Who's a Don Fry fighter?
Demetrius Johnson, he's great.
Oh, yeah, wow. He's fighting this weekend, by the way.
Huh?
He's fighting this weekend.
Oh, really? That's right. Yeah, that's right. They're going to sacrifice a virgin to him. Jeez.
And who else?
I don't understand that thinking,
What thinking?
Some yahoo let him win the Ultimate Fighter and then throwing in there with Demetrius Johnson. I don't understand that one.
Wow, so you're really caught up on the news. You know everything that's going on.
Yeah, I'm magic.
Wow. You don't think that you should win a reality show and then get a title shot, right?
No, I don't. For one, it's ridiculous, and two, the experience level is, and there's no chance for the guy.
Right.
To basically, put in another year and a half, and then he can have the shot.
Yeah.
It's pretty dangerous to send somebody of that low of knowledge and skill against somebody like Johnson.
You know what's also funny about it? As I go on a tangent here with you, but I like talking and fighting with you. The finals to see who's going to fight Johnson airs on Wednesday, which means they only have 3 days to properly promote the title fight, which seems a little weird to me. Like to just put a fight, it just seems a little bit too quick. You don't have enough time to get people emotionally invested, right?
Yeah, well, I guess that's what they've been doing the whole year, right?
Yeah.
But so the guy fights like on Wednesday or Thursday, and then 3 days later he fights for the title.
Well, it's taped, but still, we don't know who's fighting him yet, so you can't properly promote it.
Yeah, so it's taped. Yeah, okay.
And so when you went there and you got the honor and everything, like I know you've had I guess a rocky relationship with UFC. Do you feel like you're back on good terms with them?
Well, I hope so. I'd like to. They have to knock on the door and ask for a job, huh?
Well, one thing that's come up lately is just what happens to the fighters after they retire and pensions and insurance and a lot of talk about associations and things like that. We see this in other sports. Do you feel like it's time that you guys are protected and that you get something after you retire, after you give so much to the sport?
Well, it'd be nice to have health insurance, that's for sure.
Yeah. Do you think
that would be a nice one?
Do you think that's going to happen?
No.
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 Do you have health insurance?
Yeah, Screen Actors Guild, but it'll be up this year, hell, in about 5-6 days it'll be over.
Wait, so
Because I didn't make a damn penny this year. This is one of the worst years of my life. Well, this is the worst year of my life. Fuck. So, so I didn't make enough. Didn't qualify for insurance for next year.
oh, so you got the insurance because you were an actor from the Actors Guild,
Right.
and there's no way that they can keep it up for you?
No, you have to qualify every year. You have to make so much money.
What do you plan on doing now that you're out? What would you like to do?
Pardon?
Now that you're out of the hospital and, trying to get better, what are your plans every day in terms of getting, some employment and working and feeling like yourself again?
Oh, just the basic stuff, You got the diet, you got to eat, put on weight, and walking. Taking my medicine at the right time. It's just this basic stuff. You gotta relearn. I had to relearn a lot of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, and my memory's kind of hurting, so I'm hoping that'll just be temporary.
Okay. Do you did the doctors tell you that they expect you to make a full recovery?
Hell, partner, I don't remember what they said.
Okay. I know you said that, this has been a difficult year, maybe the most difficult year of your life, but a lot of people are pulling for you, Don. A lot of people care about you. I know a lot of people have reached out to me. So whatever that means, just know that the MMA community is thinking about you and behind you.
Well, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate it. I really do. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, you've given us a lot of great moments, and maybe others will forget, but we don't forget, and we wish you the best. And if there's anything that we can do for you, even just talking, and by the way, I love those videos when you were doing those predictions. Those were a lot of fun.
Those were a lot of fun. We just couldn't find anybody who would pay for them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Stuart Wilson, he was a producer. He was paying for it out of his own pocket, so he got tired of that stuff real fast.
Okay. Well, hopefully someone can come to the table. Someone can help you out. I do wish you the best. I hope everything goes well. And I'm very happy to hear that you're out of the hospital and starting to feel better. And please keep us posted on your progress.
All right, bud. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Thanks to everybody out there for praying for me. Shit. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Don. All the best to you. Get well soon.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, there he is, Don Frye, the legend. Somewhat of a tough listen, and you hope that you understand that the UFC can't help everyone. That the promotions that he's fought for in the past, some of them aren't even around. But that is hard to hear. Wish the best to Don Frye, and hopefully that he can feel better physically. I mean, you look at those pictures of his spine. The guy has screws fused into his spine, and they broke off, and he didn't even know. He doesn't know how it happened. You talk about a tough SOB. That is Don Frye. One of the legends of MMA. Started his UFC career 6-0. Started his MMA career 6-0. Won his first UFC fight in just 8 seconds. Won 3 on the same night. Of course, no one will forget his 2002 fight against Yoshihiro Takayama in Pride 21, Fight of the Year. That exchange where they're both punching each other. He's got the American shorts on, the mustache, a real man's man, a real American hero, and it somewhat breaks your heart to hear him in that state. But I'm very happy to hear that he's turning the corner. Heard some tough stories about how he was feeling at the time, and you just wish him the best. So hopefully there's someone out there that can help him as far as previous employers, Actors Guild, UFC, someone. And we hope that he can pull through and put 2016 behind him. Okay. In a minute, we're going to be joined by Anthony Rumble Johnson. Still trying to track down Kat Zingano. I don't know where she has gone. But we'll keep the train moving along for now. And soon talk to Anthony Rumble Johnson, who, of course, was supposed to fight at UFC 206 against Daniel Cormier. He is now not fighting on the card because Daniel Cormier withdrew from the card, and there was some talk of him maybe fighting Gegard Mousasi. There were some other options, but the one thing that Anthony Johnson has said time and again, it's that he doesn't want to fight for an interim belt. He wants to fight for the real belt. And hard not to feel for him at this point because he was supposed to fight John Jones, you'll recall, at UFC 187. John Jones pulled from the card because of the hit and run, and then he fights Daniel Cormier on 1 month's notice, loses that fight, but rebounds by just going on an absolute tear. And if you look at the light heavyweight rankings, the reason why they had to go to someone like like Gegard Mousasi is because right now, let's just look at the UFC rankings. He's number one behind the champion. Gustafsson, Glover, Ryan Bader, Jimmy Manuwa, all been knocked out in around 2 minutes or less by Anthony Johnson. That's incredible. And so there's no fight that really makes sense for him. They go to Mousasi and he wants to wait, which is a bit of a risky move because he doesn't get paid. He doesn't get the championship points, so to speak. He doesn't get the championship bump in pay. It's a tough one. He's going to come on in around 5 minutes or so. Let's bring in New York Rick while we wait. Mr. New York Rick, you there?
Hello.
There he is. Making you work hard back there?
Nothing
Just
out of the ordinary. Just another day.
It's just another manic Monday. Ooh. Okay, so your thoughts on this UFC 206 situation. What do you got? What's your take? What's your hot take?
I don't really have a hot take. I mean, I think I'm pretty aligned with how most people feel that the interim tag doesn't mean much. The belt itself doesn't really add much to this fight. It doesn't elevate it. I'm glad it's 5 rounds because I think that fight should have been 5 rounds anyway. But the interim tag doesn't mean much, and stripping Conor McGregor was silly and kind of short-sighted.
Yeah.
The prestige of him holding those 2 belts for about as long as he can is something that they should be trying to capitalize on rather than trying to get it off him the first opportunity they got.
Okay, so do you agree with me that they should have probably just made the fight for the real belt?
Absolutely. I didn't even anticipate that until I hadn't even thought of that or considered that until you said it, but absolutely that makes the most sense.
Do you
why shift Aldo's belt and then create another interim title? Right. Just make this for the actual belt and then have them unify in the next fight.
Do you agree with me that the execution is the big problem here in the sense that by stripping him, relinquishing the belt, the way that they worded it and all that stuff, not having him do it, gets everyone against the UFC, gets everyone on Conor's side, creates more of a rift, makes him into this sort of martyr, makes him into this sympathetic figure that basically, yes, as I said at the top, I can understand why they need to take the belt away from him. You can't just have belts and not defend them, but the execution is the main problem here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't pretend to know, what the discussions have been with Conor, if any, but it doesn't look good from that perspective of, having Conor in agreement with how they executed this. And I just think to be fair to the UFC in this circumstance, they believe that making this a title fight and elevating it on the card is will ultimately be better for their business, and I can't fault them for taking that opportunity. And I don't imagine that if they came to Conor McGregor with this, he would be too keen to have done it voluntarily. So I don't know how much, I don't know how much getting in contact with him or figuring out his thoughts. If they haven't, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. But
well, he's not on board. I mean, I could tell you that. Look, he's not saying anything. You know what I mean? GSP was on board with vacating his title because he did it. You got to keep your superstars happy, right? You have to always.
Absolutely.
There is such a thing as special treatment for your superstars. Phil Jackson got in trouble recently, but talking about this about LeBron James, his wording was off, but his point still stands. Superstars get special treatment. LeBron James gets special treatment. He deserves special treatment. LeBron James is the most underpaid player in the NBA, and he's the highest paid player in the NBA because he does everything for you. He's the reason why the Cavaliers are champions. He's the reason why they make millions.
Say that again?
Cavaliers are champions. Yes, you know.
Oh, okay, good.
You get my point, though. Conor McGregor deserves special treatment, and by that, I'm not saying that they should let him hold belts and not defend them. By that, I mean they need to sit down with this guy. They need to talk to him. That's not happening. They need to get him on their page.
I don't think they would have been able to do that in this time frame, though. And
Why?
I think that
they didn't need. But that's the point.
Maybe
they didn't need to do it. They didn't need to make this a title fight.
It comes down to this. Personally, I don't think that there's any added benefit to making this
how many pay-per-views
fight. I don't think it'll sell many additional pay-per-views, but they have come to this conclusion and decided that it will. And believe me, they know much more about selling pay-per-views than I do. So
do you think that they have metrics that tell them by adding an interim title fight they're going to sell more pay-per-views?
I have to imagine they know something that we're not.
I think they're off. I think whatever their metrics are telling them, it's off. Because
that is entirely possible.
You can't just start creating these fake titles, and people are just gonna. People are smarter than that.
Yeah,
it has to mean something, and if it doesn't mean anything, then just let them fight for the number one contender spot. These fake titles are, I feel, like an insult to the audience that they think that they are going to buy the pay-per-view just because a fake title has been added.
I will leave with this: they've created a great storyline for Conor McGregor to come back and win that belt again. And be the one who's out in the cold in this scenario, and be the hero. At a certain point, he was kind of becoming the villain at the top, destroying everybody. Now they've made him a sympathetic figure, and I think he'll come back.
Do you think they wanted
to his advantage? Possibly, maybe they considered it, but I agree with you that the execution was not done well. But I don't know how many alternatives they had 2 weeks out from this fight. I see what they were trying to do, but it likely won't be a home run because of that.
They should have just made Holloway Pettis for the main event slot, 5 rounds, number one contender, and just deal with the consequences afterwards. I mean, it's not going to be one of their highest selling pay-per-views. We know that. This is a product of 205 being stacked. This is a product of not getting the deal done with GSP. Make that fight a 5-rounder, number one contender spot, or make it for the real belt. But the interim to the interim is just a mess of a situation. The interim belt in the past has always been champion out for X amount of time. So in the interim, this guy's going to be the champion. It's not, let's just put a belt on the line here so that we could sell more pay-per-views. That's not what it should be. And oh, by the way, there have been people who have gone way longer than 11 months who haven't been stripped. Cain Velasquez, Dominic Cruz, George St. Pierre, Randy Couture. Tons of people have gone more than 11 months and not been stripped. And I do believe that Conor would have been ready and willing to defend both belts at the same time. I mean, he's still the most active champion in the UFC right now. The combination of him holding up 2 belts, them needing belts, them needing, big events, pay-per-view main events, him taking this time off probably wasn't one in his favor. And I still believe that if you don't have a title fight booked within 12 months of winning the belt or being champion or defending the belt, then they have every right to strip. But this whole thing has, I don't know, it's been very clunky. I actually feel like, and I know this won't happen, but you know how some news organizations like ESPN.com had it for a long time. They have ombudsmans, people that kind of are third party who will criticize the company, who will, tell like it is. I mean, this is done more in journalism, but I kind of feel like in that sort of regard, the UFC needs like a commissioner, and it's not clean. Who's paying this commissioner? I don't know. But there needs to be someone who's kind of laying down the laws, not a businessman, not an owner, someone who is hired on like a 5-year contract and he can't be fired and he's going to do what's best for the sport. Because I am afraid that we are moving further and further away from sport. We talked about this a little bit last week. We're too worried now about pay-per-views and selling and money and belts and things. And it's not about the sport anymore. And I know this may sound crazy coming from me, but it has to be about the sport. In order for the sport to get to this point, it had to be about the sport. It had to be about regulation. It had to be about weight classes. It had to be about contenders. The UFC matchmakers have always told us their job is not to create champions, it's to create contenders. And if you're going to completely throw that line of thinking out, we're moving away from the sport. We're moving away from what has been worked on for the last, 20 plus years. And that's a dangerous thing. It's a very dangerous thing. What? That can't be true. You're great. Come on the horn here for a second.
I didn't hear what you said. The speakers are down in here, so repeat.
What I said? Tell me what you just wrote to me. What just happened there?
Connected with Anthony.
Yeah.
Nobody had informed him about the interview.
That's crazy.
So he's eating right now. He's gonna give us a call back and see what's up.
Oh.
But he asked when's the next show. And I told him next week, but we'd love to have you on in maybe 15 or 20. He's still going through it. He's eating right now, and nobody had informed him.
What?
That's the latest.
Oh my! This is what happens. I mean, look, you book 900 guests. 1 or 2 are bound to say that they don't know about it, right?
Something like that. Yeah. But
are your feelings hurt?
No, I mean, he was, perfectly nice about it. He's like, I'm eating right now. Nobody even told me about this. He said, what is this for? He had no idea.
What?
Yeah.
He's got to be joking with you.
No?
I'm going to give you another number now.
Okay.
This is madness. This whole world gone upside down. Here's the other number.
Got it.
867. How's that song go?
I think it's 8675309. I'm not old enough to know.
Oh my God. You know when you type something and it's not actually being typed?
Yeah.
Gosh, it's not happening. Okay, here we go. Excuse me. Oh my God. I just erased it. Come on. There it is. Na. How about Don Fry knowing what's up with The Ultimate Fighter? The guy's been in a coma, and he knew that the winner of The Ultimate Fighter is getting a title shot. And by the way...
Yeah, I mean, just like he said, he's Don Fry.
The man knows all. By the way, that card this weekend, I just gave you a number to the person who set this up.
Check in. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so... let's talk about something else here. The Ultimate Fighter finale is this weekend, and I think it's an actual really good card. Lest we forget. Ultimate Fighter 24 finale. Demetrious Johnson against Mr. TBA, because, as I said to Don Fry, the last episode of The Ultimate Fighter is this Wednesday, right? And so they're going to announce who's going to be fighting Demetrious Johnson on Saturday, but this has been taped. Why are they waiting until Wednesday to let us know who the guy is? So you basically have, I mean, you consider the weigh-ins are Friday. You have 2 days to really start promoting this properly. And again, if you look at the lineup for Tough 24, I think Matt Schnell just got on the card. And I think, well, we had Brandon Moreno on, but not that many. I mean, you look at the lineup, not a lot of people who are on the actual card, on the actual show this year are on the card, which tells you that, A, they weren't in the UFC to begin with. They were quote-unquote champions from other organizations. They weren't good enough to be in the UFC then, and clearly the UFC still doesn't think that they're good enough to be in the UFC, right? Is that not weird? The weirdest thing to me is waiting till Wednesday to tell us who Demetrious Johnson is fighting. Regardless, we've got Joseph Benavidez versus Henry Cejudo, the coaches, in a very good 125-pound fight. We've got Jake Ellenberger versus Jorge Masvidal. That's a fantastic fight at 170, especially Ellenberger coming off the big win over Matt Brown at UFC 201. And Masvidal, who's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder these days because the whole Kelvin Gastelum situation. He was supposed to fight Kelvin Gastelum in Mexico City. They pulled Gastelum from that fight to fight Donald Cerrone in New York. He doesn't make weight. And Masvidal sitting there saying, I would have made weight. I could have fought in New York City. By the way, speaking of Kennedy Gastelum, that's the fight that they want to make in Toronto. And they announced it on Saturday as well while they were announcing the whole Conor McGregor situation. But it's still pending the approval of the New York State Athletic Commission. The New York State Athletic Commission suspended Anthony Johnson, suspended Kelvin Gastelum because he failed to make weight. And they need to, so Kelvin Gastelum's team appealed the suspension. And now they have to wait to see if New York is going to lift the suspension so that he could fight in Toronto. So they went out and announced it, which I think is a bit of a dangerous game because you're somewhat playing with fire here. What if they say no? Now you're left with no opponent for Tim Kennedy, and you've already kind of announced it on your broadcast. I don't hate what the New York State Athletic Commission is doing. I think they're putting their foot down. They're being maybe a little too cautious. But look, they're a new commission. They've had their issues. They're putting their foot down as far as missing weight is concerned. 6 months for Gastelum because he didn't even show up to the weigh-ins. 3 months for Alves. 3 months, I think, 2 months. 2 months? Yes, 2 months for Yoel Romero for jumping over the cage, which wouldn't have affected him anyway. Okay, hopefully we're going to get Anthony in around 10 minutes or so, but you get the point. I don't hate them putting their foot down and saying, look, if you're not going to make weight, you're going to face some consequences here. Now, Gastelum's fight against Tim Kennedy is going to be at 185, so you hope that he makes the weight then, but his team is telling me that they are adamant about the fact that he is going to go back down to 170 after this. And we've done this before. He went up to 185 not that long ago after missing weight against Tyron Woodley, goes up to 185 to fight Nate Marquardt. Now he's doing the same thing. When the UFC said he'd never fight again at 170, he wins that fight at 185, at UFC 188, goes back down to 170, and now we have this situation once again. Also on Saturday, Alexis Davis versus Sarah McMahon, which is an interesting fight for a couple reasons. A, it's two of the best 135ers, but it's Alexis Davis's first fight since becoming a mother. How amazing is that? How about the return of Ryan Hall? Ryan Hall's first fight since winning the Ultimate Fighter, defeating Artem Lobov. He fights Gray Maynard. How about that? Ryan Benoit. I like to call him Benoit. I know they say Benoit. Against Brandon Moreno, that's another good fight. So it's a solid card on Saturday. Yes, I do want to talk to Kat. Is she on the line? Hey, Kat, how are you?
Hey, I'm sorry. I am looking at my text, and I did screw that up. I meant 12:45, and I confirmed 11:45. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. It's good to talk to you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I talked a bunch while we were kind of trying to find you about the show that airs tomorrow. So I've already set it up. It's, again, tomorrow, Audience Network, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. The show is called Religion of Sports, and it's just an unbelievable watch. It's a side of you that we've never seen before. You're telling your story in the most raw and authentic way possible, and I know it's a very hard story, and it's still very fresh. And so I'm wondering, just first and foremost, why did you agree to do this? Why did you agree to sort of put yourself out there on camera, unlike doing an article or something like that, and tell what you've been going through over the last few years?
as you know, the last couple years, I wouldn't agree to talk about this at all. You know, like I'm pretty sure I put it in everything that I did as far as promotional requirements, that if the interviewer ever went there, that interview's over and I'm done and I'm walking away and you're bad, not mine, And it's something I was very protective of. It was something that I was still working through very much myself. In a situation like this, I'm looking for answers. I'm looking for why and how and what the hell happened to my life? What the hell happened in a flash? And to me, these are questions that don't have answers, and I didn't want to be asked by anyone else. I didn't want to talk about it. It's a very delicate subject, and it's a complicated grief. On one hand, I'm very, very sad and very in love and very, just emotional, and it's terrible. And on the other hand, I'm fucking pissed, and I'm pissed for the life I thought we were going to have. I'm pissed for my kid and what he's always going to have had happen to him. And I don't know, it really it was something that I never wanted to talk about. One of the reasons that I agreed to it was because I know I needed to change from Colorado, and I searched everywhere for the past couple years to find a place that kind of was like a light bulb going off for me as far as where's next, what to do, because Colorado was becoming such a complicated ghost town for me. And I went to San Diego and I visited a friend and I tried out Alliance when I was there, and I liked it. So I went back to Colorado and I talked to my manager, Ed, and I was like, Ed, I think I want to do my camp out there. I feel like that's the solution for what I'm trying to do, fighting Julianna Penna. And he's like, all right, let's do it. So as I started crunching the numbers and putting together what it would cost to do it, it was really not affordable for me. It was going to cost me more money to fight than I would actually be making. So I was like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. This is what I want, but I don't know how I'm going to make it work. And it's crazy because the stars must have aligned, but actually Rhonda is the one that knows Tom Brady and knows Michael Strahan, and they had confronted her about, this idea of this Religion of Sports series that is a 6-part documentary series based off of, how sports are very much relatable to how people view religion these days. And she, when they had brought it up, she was like, I think that a good person to talk to about this might be Kat Zingano. And so they hit up Ed, and they approached me with it, and honestly, I didn't want to do it. It was a nice gesture of her because I know she was doing it to help me out and have my back, and it just, it was very personal and very hard and rough, but eventually they agreed to help pay for my training camp if I wanted to go out to San Diego, which I didn't know what else was going to get me out there. So I agreed eventually that, and I expected to only give them the bare minimum of what they needed to know in order to reach their information quota, and give them just enough to make them happy and get to my fight and get to the octagon. But as I started talking and as I started getting comfortable, the whole situation became cathartic, and it was almost like living therapy. Like it helped me, talking about it helped me decide what I think and helped me decide how I feel. And, through my journey of, getting back in there and fighting and not having the circumstances of all of this, crush me and break me and ruin the goals that I have, I do all of that for my kid. But as I've been doing it for my kid, I've been watching it help other people too, which at the end of the day was, to inspire people inspired me back. And that in itself, became more and more part of the reason that it was cathartic, more and more part of the reason that, getting it off my chest and, unfortunately getting to hand it to these other people. And I know it stressed them out. I handed them all this information, and for me to take it off of my shoulders and put it on theirs, they were like, oh God, this is crazy. I don't even know where to start or how to do this. And I'm like, well, now it's your problem. I'm going to training camp. So they followed me around, and, I gave them all of this stuff I've been collecting over the past couple years as far as you know, again, trying to do my research and play detective and the emotional stuff. And, you know, my husband was very diligent on being all up in the media because, you know, we had a gym and he was constantly marketing us. So we had a ton of footage, ton of videos, ton of things that they were able to, you know, and some very personal things that, you know, I was very selective in giving them, but that really helped describe and kind of paint the picture of what has been going on with me the past couple of years. And, you know, you know, people get to see this small glimpse of what it's like to be a fighter in 15 minutes, you know, and maybe the embedded show. They don't know what goes into it. They don't know what goes into the head part, the emotional part, the diet part, the training part, and of course, like the heart part of it, you know. And this is something that, you know, I was very much still going through, but still out there trying to entertain, still out there trying to meet my goals and fight for what I want and fight for what I believe in. And it was a huge struggle. And on top of that, I had to be under a microscope by people that some of them didn't even know what was actually happening to me and I was going through. So, you know, realistically, it's kind of dark and it's sad and it's beautiful and it's happy. And, you know, they did a great job with the given criteria. And, you know, I agreed to tell my story once. And if you know, if I was going to tell it, I was going to tell it and give you guys it all. And I did. And, you know, I'm excited. I'm nervous. I'm proud. I'm glad that, you know, 20 years from now, I'm going to have this piece of this part of my life that I'm going to be able to look at. And that hopefully, even if it just helps one person realize that, like, yeah, life can get really shitty, but it doesn't have to change everything. That's what I'll get out of it, you know, and I expect and plan on fighting more, and I expect and plan to, you know, still try and do great things for me and for all of us. And I don't know, like I said, it was therapy, and I'm excited to share when I never ever thought I would talk about it. So it's a big deal to me.
Yeah, and I can certainly imagine that. And it's, as an outsider, it's hard to watch certain scenes, not giving away too much. But, you know, one in particular where you're reading his, I think, journal. It's very emotional. I mean, it's just a very hard thing to watch, and feeling for you and your son very much. I'm wondering what it's like for you to watch it. Like when you watch the finished product and you're seeing yourself get emotional on screen, what is that like for you?
It's hard for me to see, you know. It's hard. Like I feel emotional right now. Like it's hard for me to see because, you know, it starts off with me as like early parts of my life, and I see this little girl like super happy and cute and bouncing around and carefree and innocent, and just like to know that I know what she's about to go through, you know, it just made me want to grab her and hug her and, you know, like tell her everything was going to be all right, which I have to hold myself accountable for now, you know, where it's like if I was going to grab her and hug her and tell her that, like I better do that, you know, because that's essentially like my kid. And it's hard for me to see. It's hard for me to realize that's me. It's hard for me to, you know, but at the same time, it's like, exactly, it's a document of everything I've done, regardless, you know. So on the other hand, it's like I never stopped to look around and see the things I was fighting through. I only, you know, I bit down on my mouth guard and I just kept going, you know. So to actually sit back and look at what it was like on the outside was it's crazy, you know, and the roller coaster of fight and love and family and death and trauma and the craziness that went on with it is it's a lot, but it's helping me process, I would say.
And I know other people have been in your situation. How do you know, a situation like this where your whole story is going to be on television tomorrow, with your son who is, you know, getting up there, you know, I think is he almost 10 years old now?
He is 10, yes.
He is 10. Like, do you tell him that this is going to air? I mean, I know it's very delicate. He's just a young boy and he's so innocent and he has his whole life, and you're a very caring mother. How do you handle it as far as your son is concerned?
Well, so that's one of the reasons I even had it prematurely in the first place, was because I told them that I'm not, I told them from the beginning, I was like, if you're going to do this, if you're going to be the one to tell my story, then number one, you need to protect my child, you know, and there is information in that he did not know about his dad. You know, there's stuff that I have that I just was able to talk to him about, you know, recently. And it was, you know, for him, it was kind of a relief, too, for things to finally make sense, because for a long time he wasn't prepared or ready to know the things that went into stuff, you know. And I think that, like I said, there's a certain amount of relief to it, where it's like it obviously will never make sense, but it makes a little bit more sense when you discover and see why things were as chaotic as they were, you know. And it's something that I want to be proud of now and 20 years from now that we did. And I don't know, I watched it with him before it's going to come out, so I can prepare him for people and questions and things that will happen. And, you know, one of the things that's awesome about it, that's unfortunately awesome, is that, you know, he really looks up to Rhonda, because she knows what it's like to go through what he's going through right now. And I'm pretty sure that everything that happened to each of them was them at the same age, you know. So this kind of thing on one hand is like acknowledging everything that we've been through, but also making it okay to still be great. And, you know, that's really the message that I want to give him, and I want to give whoever else wants to take that, you know.
Final thing, Kat, and I'm sorry for cutting this short because we're just running out of time. I'm happy that you're coming on to talk about this, and again, we'll continue to remind people up until tomorrow that this is airing, because I do think every single fan of MMA, non-fan of MMA, I mean, it's a must watch. How are you doing now? I know you're in California. You're trying to settle there. You're coming off the loss, but in the grand scheme of things, I mean, maybe that was a positive. How do you feel about the state of your life and career right now?
It's been a ton of change, but all necessary. You know, I would rather change than stagnant and like there's nowhere to go. You know, I love Colorado. It's my home, and it's all on good terms. It's sitting there in love and in light for me. But, you know, if I'm going to reach my career goals and my life goals and my, you know, the recovery that I'm trying to get out of healing from these things, it's going to require change. And although change is really uncomfortable, and I can't expedite feeling connected to this place, I feel as good as possible, and I really do genuinely have a sense that everyone here has my best interest in mind. I mean, and it's something that I'm earning. It's something that I'm working towards, and it's working for everybody. We all feel great about me being here, so I feel good.
Great. Well,
and I think it's the right thing.
Do you have your next fight yet?
It's some pretty awesome, exciting things in the works as far as being talked about, but nothing that is anything I can talk about right now, but I'm pretty sure it'll be out soon.
Any hints? Any little hints, nuggets?
Mm-hmm. I mean, for me, every fight is the fight of my life.
Sure.
And this one I'm probably the most excited about in a really long time.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is good to hear. Again, thank you very much for coming on. The show airs tomorrow, Tuesday, November 29th on Audience Network, on DirecTV, ATT Universe. By the way, if you don't have that channel, do you know if people will be able to watch it afterwards online, international fans?
I assume that it'll probably be online.
Okay.
Look up, Audience TV or Religion of Sports. It's a 6-series documentary by Michael Strahan and Tom Brady. So I think it'll be out.
Yeah, it's fantastically done, and you come across very well and honest and sincere, and no one wants to see anyone go through that. But I give you so much credit for being, as I said when we were trying to get you, just an amazing human being, fighter, and mother, most importantly. So hats off to you, Kat. I wish you the best. Good luck tomorrow. I'm sure it'll be a little anxious as it's airing, but thank you for doing this, because I know it will help a lot of people.
I really appreciate that. Thanks, Ariel. Okay,
we'll talk to you soon. There she is, Kat Zingano again. Tomorrow, November 29th, Tuesday, Audience Network, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Religion of Sports. Do yourself a favor and DVR it. It's, what more can be said? It's Kat Zingano's story, and it's one definitely worth watching. Okay, let's move along now. We do have Anthony Johnson on the line, so let's go to him right now. Anthony, are you there?
What's up, man?
Hey, Anthony. Thank you very much for the time today. I know it's not under the best circumstances, so I appreciate it very much. So we've been kind of going through this timeline with everyone. When did you find out that DC was out of the fight on December 10th?
Same day you guys did. Thanksgiving Day, basically.
And what was your reaction?
I was disappointed, but, I don't take things like that to heart because he's actually hurt. You know what I mean? He's not pulling some, I popped my rib or, twist the ankle or something like that. The man is actually hurt. So, it didn't bother me too bad.
At any point as you were processing it, did you consider taking another fight?
No, not at all.
So when they came to you with different options, Gegard, light heavyweight interim title fight, all this stuff, those were non-starters. You weren't considering any of them.
No, it didn't interest me at all. Fighting, when Gegard was presented to me, I mean, it would have been a good fight, but it wouldn't have did anything for me. Fighting him and possibly becoming the interim champion. As much trash as I've talked and DC has talked about interim titles and all of that, it's interim champions being like the fake champion or whatever you want to call it. If I would have beat him, it wouldn't have meant anything, and then if I would have lost to him, I would have had to start from scratch. So it was too risky.
We actually had Daniel on the show earlier, and he was saying, he has all the respect for you. I mean, there was no bad blood at all. But he said if he was in your shoes, he probably would have taken the fight just to get paid. Did you consider that at all? I mean, you've had a training camp. You have to pay coaches. You want to get paid. That's how you make your living. How about just getting paid? Did you consider that?
Yeah, I got money. I'm not worried about that.
Okay. He told us that he is, weighing what he's going to do. It's tomorrow. He has to decide by today if he's going to have surgery, injections, things like that. Is there a deadline as to how long you will wait for him? Because obviously, it might be, 3-4 months. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm willing to wait that long to fight him. It gives me more time to train.
Okay.
And, I want the best Daniel Cormier I'm going to face. This is a fight, so I want both of us to be healthy and ready, physically and mentally.
Was there a part of you, I mean, you don't strike me as the type who licks his wounds, but it happened with, John as you were going to fight for the belt, and now this happens. I mean, it just seems like there's always something that you have to kind of deal with, and then you get the offer to fight John on short notice, and you got
in the cage, out of the cage, I always got something going on, so I always got a cloud hanging over me. But, things like in this sport, I don't take anything to heart. You know what I mean? This is just the world we live in when it comes to this sport. And you're going to take some, you're going to, win some, lose some. And right now, I don't know if this is a win or a loss, but, I'm just going with the stride. You know what I mean?
How was camp going up until this point?
Good. This was probably the best I've ever been in shape. I was in sick shape. I felt great. You know what I mean? I felt great, but I was also pushing myself so hard to the point where I could slowly feel my body getting tired. You know what I mean? Because I was pushing myself that hard. I was listening to my body, but your body tells you you need a day or two break, and I really wasn't giving myself that type of time off.
Cormier's camp has been criticized for having all these injuries. Do you subscribe to that notion? Do you think that they're getting too injured over there at AKA?
I don't know, man. I don't train over there. They do what they do. I mean, they have 2 champions and possibly a 3rd champion on the way with Khabib. So obviously they're doing something right.
Yeah. Have you evolved your training over the years to avoid injuries?
Oh yeah, I definitely listen to my body. If I wake up in the morning, I'm not there mentally or I'm not there physically, I'll let my coaches know I'm not coming in, but they also know if I say I'm not coming in, it's for a reason. It's not just to miss training because I want to. I'm either tired or I got something I seriously have to do. You know what I mean? So I listen to my body for the most part.
Earlier this weekend, I spoke to Glenn Robinson, your longtime manager and friend, and there have been some rumors about the gym closing and the demise of the team. These seem to come up all the time, and he told me that he will never leave MMA as long as you're still in the sport. That's a promise that he made a long time ago, and that's how much you mean to him. When you hear that coming from someone like him, who's in pretty good shape as far as finances are concerned, what's your reaction?
Well, that's the first time I really ever heard. I didn't know.
You didn't read my article? I thought you read on my site all the time.
No. I'm a word of mouth dude. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Usually when I get on the internet, I find something that ain't good about me, so I try and stay off as much as possible. But it shouldn't be that way, in my opinion. He can't base it around me. He got other guys that really look up to him and depend on him, so he should be doing this for the team, and not for me. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully he switches his way of thinking with that.
The quote was, I'm really only staying in MMA for Anthony. He's like a son to me, and I would never leave before he's done fighting.
No, I get that. I get what he's saying. I understood what he said, but once again, he's a manager to a lot of guys. So when you say stuff like that, that makes people start, wanting to look elsewhere, you know what I'm saying, and not have faith and trust in you as being a manager. And that's one thing you want to have. You want to have your clients' trust.
Sure.
So, that's not a good thing he said, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect you to have that reaction, but I do appreciate the honesty, and I understand what you're saying as well.
But that's business, though. If you got a coach that comes around and say, man, I'm only going to be here if Joe Schmo is here.
Sure.
You know what I mean? That's going to make the other fighters or whatever sport you're playing be like, yo, this dude is going to leave as soon as this guy leaves. So can we give him our all, or can we trust him? Completely trust him. So that's just, that's just not a smart thing to say. I know he didn't mean any harm by it. You know what I'm saying? But he shouldn't have said that at the end of the day.
Well, I do appreciate his honesty as well. I'm wondering what you can say about the state of the team with the move and all of that. It seems like it comes up every few months. Oh, the Blackzilians are in trouble. People are wanting you guys to be in trouble. What's the state of the team in your opinion as one of the top stars there?
I think it's still well, as far as I know, we still have a team. I'm on my own business, man. When I go in that gym, I don't hear nothing until after the fact. Even if somebody says something, it goes in one ear and comes out the other. You know what I mean? Like I said, I'm on my own business. I don't pay attention because somebody's always saying something crazy in our gym. So I don't believe it until I see it.
Okay, but it's not falling apart. Things are okay. You had a training camp. You have a place to train.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm really good. So that's all I can say. I can speak on my behalf.
Sure. Is there anything, we've tried to reach out to Rashad. How is he doing? Have you talked to him?
Yeah, man, I just talked to my brother probably about 15, 20 minutes ago. He's good, man. Just spending time with his family and enjoying life. I feel bad for him with everything that happened to him.
Yeah.
You're getting ready for, to make history fighting on in Madison Square Garden in UFC 205, and then you get hit in the face with you can't fight. So that was a bummer. I felt really bad for him.
Did the UFC tell you that you're getting the title shot regardless? Like you don't have to worry about anything?
Nah, they didn't say that. But so far, if they're playing fair, I'm supposed to be next no matter what.
Sure. It's a crazy game, and I'm just wondering, like, what if John Jones comes back, and I think that it 100% should be you versus DC next, and I thought that even before the Jones hearing with USADA. But are you worried about that at all?
I'm not worried about it. A couple of people have said things to me about it, potentially possibly happening, but I try not to listen to it because I know if that happens, I'm gonna lose my mind because I've been working my butt off to get back in the position that I'm in, and just for them to just, do something like that, if they were to do it, is like not just showing how much respect they have for me, but it's just, it shows you how the business is. If they do something like that, they don't care about really what you work for. They care about only themselves.
Yeah. And these people who have told you this, are they important people or just like, people?
Well, it's just anybody. You know what I mean? Just people just say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But you're not really worried about that.
I'm not worried about it at all. I do believe UFC will treat me fair and do what's right.
What do you do now? Like, because you don't really know how long DC is going to be out. You still want to stay in shape. You were peaking, right? I mean, you're about to fight, in 12 days if this fight was going on. What do you do now to just pass the time? Because you're definitely, if you're waiting for DC, you know you're not going to fight for the next few months, like 2-3 months at least. How do you proceed mentally and physically?
I stay focused as possible. I keep stay in the gym, man. I'm glad that they told me on Thanksgiving Day that it's going to happen. Your boy has some mashed potatoes and gravy and the good stuff. but I'm still going to relax and not stress about it. But I'm still going to train hard and do what I need to do. To me, I see it as a blessing because things happen whenever they're supposed to. So, yeah, man, I'm going to stay on my grind.
Okay.
Pushing myself and I'm not going to eat too much, but I'm going to eat. I'm going to enjoy myself, but I'm going to push myself and stay focused at the same time.
Just curious, how much did you weigh when you got the call, and how much did you weigh after Thanksgiving?
I think I was about 225, 227, something like that.
Okay.
Whenever I got the phone call, and so I'm about 235, 235 right now.
Okay.
Nothing really higher than that.
Okay. Will you watch UFC 206?
Yeah, hopefully I can go, man. I'm trying to go there.
Oh.
Trying to go there. I wanted to fight, not fight, but I wanted to fight on 205. Obviously that didn't happen. And then when I asked for tickets to 205, I got the big no-no.
What?
And then, they just weren't giving out tickets to some, because the place was sold out from what I heard. And, whatever the excuse was, it is what it is. It's over with now. And then, I was supposed to fight on 206. It's not happening. So hopefully they at least let me go and meet the fans and see what's up to the fans, give something back to them. Because a lot of people bought pay-per-view and bought tickets because of Daniel and I.
Sure.
And I still get a lot of messages and things like that with fans and whatnot saying that, they wish I was still on the card and they hope I still come out. And, I want to give the fans something. I don't want them to be just like completely disappointed.
Sure. Daniel told us that he actually called you. Did you get his message?
Yeah, he did. Daniel called me, and, much respect to Daniel, man. He called me. It's not many fighters that'll call you and apologize to you for pulling out of a fight. You know what I mean? That was classy of him to do that. That's never happened before, ever.
Did you call him back?
No, I texted him.
Okay.
I texted him and I called his ass old. So, but he was, it's all love between DC and I, and I wish him nothing but the best and hope he will, have a full recovery, and everything's all good with me in DC.
Well, that is good to hear. Do you feel, the last thing, in your heart of hearts, do you feel like it's inevitable? Like, do you feel like you're going through all of this just to make winning the belt sweeter? Do you feel like this time next year you will be champion finally? Because it has been quite the journey for you to get that belt.
Yeah, I do. I think this is all worth it. It's all part of the process. And whenever I do get the gold around my waist, man, it's definitely going to be worth it. And I'll probably be crying like a baby and all of that. You know what I mean? But it'll definitely be worth it.
We all love Humble Rumble, so it'd be nice to see you shed a few tears. Just like out of joy, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Anthony, I appreciate you squeezing us in here and talking about this. Thank you very much for the time. Hope to see you in Toronto, and hope you get that title fight sooner rather than later.
All right. Thank you, man.
All right. There he is. Anthony Rumble Johnson, again, was supposed to headline UFC 206. It is not happening. I'm sorry, Toronto. And, let's be honest. Max Holloway, again, Max Holloway versus Anthony Pettis is a fantastic fight. You were all going crazy when it was announced. So just because this is what you have to say, MMA fans are smarter than a lot of people think you are. You can rise above this. Enjoy it for what it is. You are getting a chance to see, and I'm not trying to sell anyone on buying pay-per-view, but you are getting a chance to see two of the very best fighters in the world fight. One is on an incredible winning streak. The other is a former champion who's trying to reinvent himself. There is a lot there to sink your teeth into. So it's not Daniel Cormier. It's not Rumble Johnson. It's not GSP. I know that. And the circumstances are a little funky. But let's forget about all this. Let's get back to, why we really love this sport. This guy versus this guy. And the other stuff is fun too. Don't get me wrong. I know I'm the first to always jump on that stuff. But this is a great fight. This really is. And it's unfortunate that the card is a little thin, but there's stuff to get excited about. And there's other fighters there, and there's Donald Cerrone, and hopefully Tim Kennedy gets his fight. And there's Do-Hoo Choi against Cub Swanson, and there's the debut of Emil Mech in a very important fight against the returning Jordan Meehan. There's Misha Serkinov against Nikita Krylov. This is all off the top of my head. I will get you excited. All right? Okay, in a minute, we are going to be joined in studio by Justin Wren. But first, before I get to that, let me quickly pass this along to you. Let me just see if there's anything. Okay, here's a media alert for you that you definitely want to hear. Industry redefining mixed martial arts announcement, Wednesday, November 30th. 5 of MMA's leading fighters and former CEO and chairman of Bellator MMA come together for an industry redefining mixed martial arts announcement. Who? George St. Pierre. 12-time welterweight world champion and free agent. Who? Tim Kennedy, top middleweight. Who? Cain Velasquez, 2-time heavyweight world champion. Who? TJ Dillashaw. And Donald Cowboy Cerrone. Oh, and by the way, Bjorn Rebney. What? Bjorn Rebney, founder and former CEO and chairman of Bellator MMA. Where? Conference call. Wednesday, November 30th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. This is from a PR firm who've just sent me this email 2 minutes ago. Again, they say nothing more. The one connection I see between George St. Pierre, Tim Kennedy, Cain Velasquez, TJ Dillashaw is they're all represented by CAA. Donald Cerrone isn't. Bjorn Rebney isn't. They say 5 of MMA's leading fighters and former CEO and chairman of Bellator MMA come together for an industry redefining mixed martial arts announcement. George St. Pierre, Tim Kennedy, Cain Velasquez, TJ Dillashaw, Donald Cerrone, and Bjorn Rebney. They say nothing more. Now, I have heard that these individuals were getting involved in some kind of association, but it says none of that here. And I do know that the Professional Fighters Association is experiencing some growing pains. I can report that Lucas Middlebrook is no longer a part of them. I don't think that Leslie Smith is a part of them as well. Is this an opportunity for another group to throw their name into the hat with some major players behind them? GSP, Kennedy, Cain, TJ, Cowboy, and Bjorn Rebney. This is Wednesday, November 30th. That would qualify as industry redefining. So there you go. That just coming through as well. If this day cannot get any crazier. Okay, let's take a quick break. We can marinate on that. We're going to bring in Justin Wren because I think we all need a little good news in our lives. I think we all need to be uplifted. We all need to be reminded about how great the human spirit can be and how we're all here on this earth to help others. And we have a lot to be thankful for. And Justin Wren, in my opinion, embodies all of that and then some. So we'll reconfigure the studio. We'll bring in Justin Wren, talk to him about his great story, and learn a little thing or two about being a humanitarian and being kind to others. In the meantime, let me play this interview because if you'll recall, Justin Wren was on the 10th season of The Ultimate Fighter, one of the best ever, with Kevin Ferguson, Kimbo Slice. I had the opportunity to catch up with Mr. Slice in September, I believe, of 2011 in New York City, right before it aired. Remember, early in the season, he was bounced out by Roy Nelson, but this is right before it aired. It was at a gym in New York City. The late Kimbo Slice and I talking about the 10th season of The Ultimate Fighter, which Justin Wren was a part of, actually lost a controversial decision to Roy Nelson, fought once in the UFC, and then things got really interesting in his life. Now, as part of Bellator, there's a lot to talk to Justin Wren about. So check out this interview. Me, Kimbo, 2011. They'll be right back here in studio with the big pygmy himself, Justin Wren. Ariel Helwani for fanhouse.com at the Fight House Gym in New York City, being joined by one of the most recognizable faces in mixed martial arts, none other than Kimbo Slice. And Kimbo, of course, we're here to talk about your involvement on The Ultimate Fighter 10. But first, I got to say I'm happy to see you in person because I just found out that apparently you're the man who stole my identity online.
What's that?
I saw a commercial with you, and you're the identity theft.
Hey, as long as you don't have that caterpillar, I'm gonna mess your system up, man.
Yeah, he zapped your arm off.
That's right. He took it right off. But I'm back.
Is it crazy for you to see yourself in commercials like that? Did you ever think that the day would come when you'd be on a mainstream commercial for a computer software company?
I probably have hit that commercial probably 100 times already. But it's still amazing to me, man. Yeah, you know, I like watching it, you know what I'm saying? I get turned on by myself, you know what I'm saying?
You're doing a lot of media for this. Are you getting tired to talk about it and all that stuff and just ready to sit back and let the world see what transpired?
No, I never get tired of it. The reason why, because everyone's different. You're not the same guy as the last guy. You know, some of the questions may be the same, but it gives me, I answer them a little bit differently, but the same, you know? But it's all good, though.
All right, let's talk about just how this all came about. Did you contact the UFC or did the UFC contact you?
I'm not really sure. I'm the last guy to know. I just know, hey, look, this is what's happening. So I'm not really sure how that really worked out in itself. Like, I'm not sure if Dana contacted my guy Mike or if Mike contacted Dana or, you know, how it really happened. You know, one of them would have the best answer for that.
Well, when you were pitched the idea, did you have any reservations about going on the show, having to live with 15 other guys and all the other stuff involved?
Well, I was thinking about becoming a boxer at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like just straight up one dimension. You know, 5 dimension is cool, learning everything mixed martial arts. But boxing, man, that's you know, I got a love for that. You know, I just stand there and just throw hands. I do that well. You know, I see shit coming and I can avoid it. I see that, you know, and I can take a punch. Mixed martial arts, man, it's a little bit harder. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to learn a whole lot of shit in mixed martial arts. The grappling, the takedown defense, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, Thai boxing, Taekwondo. You know, you got to learn all that, you know. So boxing was my, you know, is a passion of mine because it's a little bit easier. But mixed martial arts is a little bit harder, you know. But the whole transition of becoming a mixed martial art, for me, you know, it just took a lot of sacrifice and dedication and commitment. And that's what, you know, reason why I'm here right now, because I put all my time and energy into mixed martial arts. So that's why I'm still doing it right now.
Do you still have aspirations to become a professional boxer? Because I remember one time, many moons ago, Gary Shaw said that you'll be the first man to hold the heavyweight title in MMA and boxing.
Gary Shaw, man, I love that guy. I haven't spoken with him in a minute, though, man. But him and Jarrett, you know, they showed me a lot of love and respect. And I'm hoping we're still cool. But I have to hit him up when I get back home.
Did you have a falling out with them?
No, we didn't. It was just the fact, you know, he really wanted me to fight, you know, but I still wanted me to box. But I still had that passion to throw an elbow or a knee, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. So to box with the mentality of being a mixed martial arts, that would have been a little hard for me in the heat of a fight. You know, that would have turned into a mixed, you know, a mixed martial arts fight in a boxing cage, and I don't know how that would have went with everybody. So I guess I got to get MMA kind of like out of my system, you know what I'm saying, to just get back into boxing, you know what I'm saying, or something.
Do you expect to be in the sport for several years to come, MMA?
Yeah, man. I mean, shit, my fire burning, blazing, you know what I'm saying, and I'm still learning a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying?
I just wanted to clear up something. Bas Rutten, former trainer of yours, said that you guys had a falling out. Speaking of falling outs, are you able to clear what happened between you two?
Well, I'm just recently finding out about, you know what I'm saying, what Bas is saying and all like that. I don't know what his problem is. If Bas had a problem, he should have just stepped to me and said something to me rather than, you know what I'm saying, I guess talking to everybody, you know, everybody else but me. But it's all good, though, you know what I'm saying? I got a lot of respect for Bas, and I don't wish nothing bad about him. So, you know, whatever he said, that's how he feels.
All right, and how about the experience of living with the other guys? Looking back, do you feel as though they respected you? Because really, I must say, talking to everyone on the show, the people I've talked to, everyone says great things about you. No one has said anything negative. Roy Nelson, a veteran of the sport, says he learned a lot about you, and your skills of MMA. People said no one has taken shots. Are you surprised by that?
I mean, everyone, you know, you look at the guys and you look at everybody. and they realize, people just judge the book by the cover, until they start either reading the book or got a little bit of knowledge about it. Then they could really say, okay, I feel this way now. You know what I'm saying? I feel that way now. But before, they had their own opinions, and then that's cool. Being an entertainer, you gotta expect criticism. It's gonna come. It's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to accept it, but you gotta expect.
All right, there he is. The late, great Kimbo Slice prior to Tough 10. This is September of 2011. One of the members of that season, which is regarded still as one of the best and the highest rated ever on Spike TV, actually the highest rated in the history of the show, which is interesting now with the finale coming up on Saturday for the 24th season. One of the members of that cast back in 2011 was Justin Wren.
Hey.
And there he is, joining us in studio. What a pleasure this is.
Hey, it's a pleasure for me too, man. This is great.
Thank you very much. So you reached out to me. You told me that you're going to be in New York. You've got a lot going on in your life. We'll get to all of that. But I do appreciate you coming out and telling me that you're going to be here, because I wanted to talk to you for quite some time. And you're the kind of interview that you kind of need in person, I feel like, A, and B, this is the perfect remedy for these crazy times, not just in MMA, but just in society these days.
Yeah.
What you do for a living is absolutely amazing. So kudos to you right off the top.
Oh, well, thank you, man. I appreciate it coming from you.
So what brings you to New York?
A couple of meetings. So today we were with Charity Water, the founder, Scott Harrison, and the COO, Christoph. They're a big organization that's drilled over 20,000 water wells. Today we're finishing our 54th water well. So we're still young guns.
Wow.
And Water 4, who we partner with, have done over 3,000. So for me, man, it's just it's an incredible opportunity, and it's incredibly inspiring to be around these people that started it 10 years ago or 15 years ago, and to see how it's flourished and came all together. So it's just cool, just sharing stories, experience, and just encouraging one another.
Okay, so we kind of jumped the gun there by saying why you're here, but let's start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Okay, so you grow up, you're a wrestler, you're a very good wrestler, right?
Pretty decent.
Yeah.
Two-time national champion in high school.
That's right.
Yeah.
You go to Iowa State.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I can't forget. Cale Sanderson. Mm-hmm. And you're about to embark on a great career, and then you get injured.
Yeah.
You start doing some MMA as well.
Yeah.
When you get injured, what happens?
I got hooked on narcotics or oxy, just hardcore, man. In high school I drank some, smoked some weed.
Yeah.
But I was never a drug addict. But whenever I got the pills, man, it just something in me. I got into fighting at 13 years old. I discovered my dream of fighting, because I grew up kind of getting pretty heavily bullied. A lot of people, a lot of fighters actually have had that life, but then whenever they meet us as fighters, they don't think you grew up getting bullied. But so I found the UFC at 13 years old, wanted to pursue it, loved it, fell in love with the chess match of it, and just loved that part. But then the martial arts, loved that side of things.
Did you have a background in martial arts at the time when you were 13?
Oh, absolutely not.
Nothing?
Absolutely not. I just sat at the lunch table kind of by myself, got pelted in the back of the head with chocolate milk spit wads.
That's a real thing.
Oh, yeah.
People were doing this to you. Kids were doing this to you.
Yeah, for sure.
When you're 13, 12, 11.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you grow up? In Texas, right?
Texas, yeah. Little country school.
Okay.
Outside of Dallas-Fort Worth.
Were you a big kid?
I was. Very big.
So were they making fun of your weight?
Yeah. Grabbing, doing all the twisting of the nipples, everything else, poking the belly.
Wow.
Had the pimples. I think I was the last person in the States that had a chili bowl haircut.
Okay.
So I was still rocking that. And yeah, I think I was just an easy target of sorts, kind of quiet.
Did you have backup? Did you have did you have one kid who was always by your side, or were you totally alone?
It was hit or miss depending on the year, stuff like that. And so, I remember, getting invited to my middle school crush's birthday party and basically getting crushed by her because, it was a costume party, and a costume, whoever won got the prize. And so I was excited, knew her dad worked at Dr. Pepper, knew she loved Transformers.
Okay.
So I decided, country boy with some duct tape, we can do a lot. And so I made myself into a Dr. Pepper Transformer head to toe.
Oh my
the helmet,
God.
The chest plate, the shield, the sword, everything. Went there, grandmother Mimi opened the door. Got to the back, and the legends at school were true. They had a Dr. Pepper machine in their house because their dad worked there. That was pretty cool. Got to push the button, didn't have to put any money in, just got the Dr. Pepper, walked to the back, and when the door opened, I was greeted by laughter and a flash of light or two and fingers pointing and kids saying, Jennifer saying, "I can't believe you thought you were cool enough to come to my party."
No.
Yeah. Another guy saying, "You're worthless." And I felt worthless. another guy saying you should just kill yourself. And
oh my God,
felt like that. And that was probably the biggest battle in my life. Like, definitely the addiction came around when I was 19 years old. But before that, depression set in. I was clinically diagnosed with depression at 13. And so I think going back onto with that party, just, man, it rocked me. And then when I found the UFC, that gave me, and it can sound goofy, but it gave me hope. I looked at it. I was saving up my allowance for a BB gun. And I got to this, they call it Traders Village. It's a flea market in Dallas-Fort Worth. Get there on the way to get the BB gun. And all of a sudden, I see these VHS tapes. And it was UFC 2 through 9, I think.
Wow.
And I spent basically all of the allowance on those VHS tapes and was sneaking them, putting them under my family was pretty conservative, Texas.
Okay.
So I was putting all my VHS tapes under the bed, hiding them. When my dad found them, he thought it was a stack of porno. It was just the UFC.
What is
and man, I just loved the sport, and I got into wrestling because of UFC. Because I started watching those guys like Mark Kerr and Mark Coleman and Randy Couture and Dan Henderson, Matt Lindland, all these wrestlers that were just wreaking havoc. Tom Erickson. I mean, these wrestlers that were really well, did really well in the sport. So I told my mom I wanted to do MMA. She said, absolutely not. I told her I wanted to box. She said no. But whenever I found wrestling, my parents saw it as something that gave me an outlet whenever I was going through all that. I mean, they had to take me out of 2 different schools because of it.
Because of the bullying?
Yeah, because of the bullying.
Wow.
And so, but then I went to Bishop Lynch High School, had Kenny Monday as my high school coach, Kendall Cross, both Olympic gold medalist. And, learning from those guys, the basics, develop very many bad habits.
Is Kenny Monday an Olympic medalist when he coaches you, or is it before? Wow. Did you know who he was? You probably learned afterwards, right?
Wow. Olympic gold medalist, yeah.
What a gift that is, right?
Yeah, right. Awesome. Stepping on the mats and having those guys.
Oh, my gosh.
Just incredible opportunity.
Did you take to it right away?
No.
Okay.
I won one match by 1 point in the first year and a half of wrestling.
Wow.
And then all of a sudden it started to click.
Okay.
And whenever it started to click, they just told me to, try to develop some confidence and write down your goals, and we'll make you a state champion by the time you're in high school or senior in high school. They said, go home, write it down, put it somewhere you want to see it. Went home, write down national champion, put it above my bed. So instead of state champion, put national champ, put it, because that's who I was with.
Sure.
Olympic champions. And then the guys in the wrestling room with me were national champions. It's like, okay, I want to do that. Put it down, and they helped make those dreams come true. And then the whole time, though, and Kenny had fought before. And so all of them knew that's what I was in it for.
Now, when things are clicking and you're thriving as a high school wrestler, is your confidence growing? Are you getting less bullied? Are people starting to recognize what you're doing?
Yeah, for sure. And when I went to the second school, it was just great, Bishop Lynch, because they had the state champions in basically every sport, with baseball, basketball, football. But then in wrestling, we were national champs. We're also second in the country.
Wow.
So in Texas, it's hard to get anyone to come to watch the wrestling. It's just not very big. But ours would rally against our basketball team. We'd fill the arena or fill the gym. And people love to come out and watch us wrestle, so it was a lot of fun.
Now, while you're in high school and you're getting up there in age and you're winning more and more, do you ever go back to the crush and the people who told you to kill yourself? And are they saying sorry now? Do you ever see those people?
Not in high school. It was actually after The Ultimate Fighter that I saw.
That late?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How did you see them?
I kind of avoided all of them. And then so my parents made a huge sacrifice for me, because I was in a little country town and they sent me to school 67 miles away to wrestle with Kenny Monday, Kendall Cross.
So did you sleep
there? It was
there?
a private school. Yeah.
Oh my God. Wow.
I would stay at some of the wrestlers' houses, crash on the couch and everything else. And then my parents got an apartment my senior year, and they would alternate back and forth just so that I could have that opportunity to wrestle under.
What amazing parents.
Oh yeah, man. They were great. I think whenever they saw what I was going through in the depression, and then they saw that this was an outlet and a passion, and that it made me happy and I enjoyed it, they just rallied around me and made that possible. So very grateful to them.
You have siblings?
I actually don't.
Okay.
My mom had difficulty when she gave birth, and so they had to make sure she couldn't anymore.
So when you saw those people after The Ultimate Fighter, what was that like? How did you see them again? How did you meet them again? And what was the interaction like?
There was a guy that got out of the Air Force, and he saw that I was in downtown Dallas-Fort Worth and messaged me. I went up and met with him. He said, come on over to eat sushi with us. And I thought it was just maybe 1 or 2 people. Walked in. It was basically that party.
You're kidding.
No, it was most of those cool kids, the cool crowd.
Sure.
And I stayed, and hung out with him for 5-10 minutes and acted like I needed to go to the restroom and just kind of left. I know that's a bad move, but I just
screw them.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were saying things like, hey, if we knew you were going to be a fighter, we wouldn't have never bullied you and stuff like that. For me, it's like, hey, why be a bully in the first place?
Sure.
And so, but back to that, at 19 years old, whenever this happened, they tried to send me. I was actually living at the Olympic Training Center for wrestling, and the doctors, the insurance company wanted to send me to somewhere that had a knee and ankle surgeon. Okay. And so we had to wait until we could get an actual elbow surgeon. The surgeon they tried to send me to wrote a letter, everything. We had a petition, but that whole time I had broken, dislocated my elbow and tore the ulnar collateral ligament, had nerve damage to the ulnar nerve. And so,
wrestling matches happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so it was pretty brutal, and I had to wait for that 4 months with a completely torn ulnar collateral ligament. So the whole time I was just on pain pills because it wasn't going to magically reattach itself.
Of course.
And so the whole time I was on those pills, and I think for me, it didn't. I needed it to numb my pain, but I enjoyed it because it numbed that depression. Because they told me there was like a 30% chance, even with surgery, I'd be able to compete again. And so that was my identity. That was my significance.
Yeah.
That was my sense of purpose, my outlet, my passion. It's all I had. All my eggs were in that one basket. And it was the sport that I loved. And actually, that was in wrestling. I didn't even get to fight yet.
Yeah.
So I thought I would never be able to have the fighting career.
You still wanted the UFC dream.
I still wanted it. And so I thought it was robbed from me, or potentially. And then I was in pain. And then I just, got hooked on those pills. Eventually it turned into 3 different doctors, 3 different states, all giving me narcotics and getting it elsewhere too.
Did you recognize at any point that you were addicted?
Yeah, I think I recognized pretty quickly.
Oh, really?
But,
you didn't care?
I didn't care. Not at that time.
And was there no one around you who was saying, look, this guy is in pain. He's sitting here with this broken, all these things, ligaments. We need to get him surgery. Like, was there no one trying to push for you?
Yeah, no, there were.
Okay.
There were. It was just, I don't want to put down the insurance company. They're crazy, man. And so we had to go to 3 different petitions and finally have lawyers get involved to get me a good doctor that's a sports specialist to do my elbow surgery.
So you get the surgery, but the addiction doesn't go away.
No, it actually got worse.
How bad does it get?
It got so bad that, I had one doc give me about 100, another giving me about 60, another giving me about 30, and that I would just go through it.
At the same time?
Yeah.
Who are these doctors?
They were in Colorado, Iowa, and Texas, because Texas was my home. I was training in also Iowa and Colorado, so I'd make sure I made the rounds.
They don't know that you're seeing all of them, right?
No, because this was before all the pharmacies.
Yeah.
This was 11 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So, this was before they all started communicating across the state lines and everything else. And then I'd just go find wherever I could get it.
Is it just pain pills we're dealing with here?
It started with pain pills. Then I piggybacked everything, bro. I couldn't just do one thing.
Okay.
Whatever was at my disposal, whatever I could find and get my hands on. So a lot of different stuff, Coke and big drinking problem too. I experimented with a lot of stuff, but it got so bad to where after a 6-7 week binge. You asked me if this was one of my first times in New York. My first time, I don't even really remember it because it was that bad.
Damn. How did you end up here?
They brought me after the Ultimate Fighter to.
So we're talking like now you're in the UFC and it's still a problem.
Oh yeah, I was an addict for 6 years.
So now
6 full years.
So before we get to the UFC, you become a fighter. Mm-hmm. You're on your path and you're kicking ass.
Yeah,
you're doing very well.
Yeah.
As an addict, yeah.
I could straighten up for. I think one time I was able to straighten up for about 8 weeks before the fight.
Okay.
Another time 5-6 weeks, but then it got. When I fought on the Ultimate Fighter finale, I was using the day before, so that was pretty tough.
What are you using?
The pills.
Okay.
So Oxy and.
Now, while you're climbing the ranks before the UFC, are you ever being tested by commissions?
No, I never got tested until after that, and then both my Bellator fights been tested.
Sure. So you're an addict.
Yeah.
You get to the Ultimate Fighter, you don't have a lot of privacy.
Right. I snuck things in. I had a small staph infection before I ever got in the house. And so I was just putting them in that pill bottle and sneaking them in my suitcase and little spots and pockets and everything else.
And none of the production crews asking what you're doing, cameras on you, like where are you actually doing it? Do you have any privacy?
You do have some privacy.
Okay.
Like I was in a room and I picked the room that only had 2 beds. That way, they'll be in the room with the 4 beds or the 6 beds or something like that. And then I wasn't very loud and I don't know. So
you didn't draw attention.
I didn't draw attention to myself, and so I had those as a backup. You know, if I were to lose, I need these in here to be able to handle it and handle all these other guys.
Sure.
And stuff. So on The Ultimate Fighter, I mean, it was only 6 or 8 weeks of filming, so I was able to straighten up for the time until after I lost to Roy.
Right.
And also I was just right back into it.
So was there points where like you were high on the show?
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Big time. Not whenever they showed it, because after I lost to Roy, basically the cameras were off of me.
They didn't care.
No, but all the guys in the house know that I was messed up the rest of the
They knew that?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I mean, they thought I was drunk because I'd always piggyback and try to hide it with something else. So they thought I just couldn't handle my liquor.
That's right. Such a big guy. It's a little bit alarming.
Right.
When you got the call to go on The Ultimate Fighter in this sort of unprecedented season with the heavyweights, Kimbo Slice is going to be on, and he was just, a megastar.
Right.
What was your reaction? Because you had been dreaming about this. Wasn't quite the UFC, but it was the door to lead into the UFC world, right?
Yeah, it was a dream come true for me. My dream became a reality.
Yeah.
And my dream fight was to fight Kimbo.
Wow.
So my agent was already trying to line it up with Elite XC whenever he was there. My name was in the hat. They ended up picking someone else, and felt let down there. Then I thought on The Ultimate Fighter, he's not going to be able to escape me. Then in Bellator, we thought we were going to be able to fight.
Yeah.
He even came up the last fight at the Toyota Center in Houston.
Yep.
And told me, hey, maybe now's the time to fight.
Man.
Because, your cause and everything else, maybe we could bring in a lot of awareness and bring in a lot of funds. So he's actually a really humble, great dude.
Was.
Was. And he even wanted to help even support the cause by him and I going at it.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was always so impressed with how, like, on the exterior, you would think he's this tough guy, but I mean, he really was a sweetheart, and a family man, and really cared deeply about his children, and did a lot for the sport. I mean, I know at first he was kind of shunned, but really did a lot for the sport. What was it like being in the house with him? Like that whole experience?
Man, it was cool. It was neat because he was completely different than I had thought.
He was, okay.
Right, completely different than I thought. I thought just some street fighter that didn't respect the sport. That was the thing that I had thought. He doesn't respect the sport. He doesn't train like it. He thinks he can come in just like a street fighter. But he came in completely different, humble. And he cooked the best steak I've ever had.
Wow.
Yeah, I had some honey mustard glaze or marinade that we use. And so it was cool getting to know him, getting to know that he's a family man, getting to know that, you can't judge a book by its cover. And so that was one of those first experiences for me, eye-opening, like, hey, all right, this dude's a cool dude. And so he was always really humble.
Roy Nelson beats him, then he fights you, and it's a very controversial fight. Dana White, I remember saying on television that he thought it should have gone to the 3rd round, but you still get the shot in the UFC. You get that finale spot, but you lose in a split decision.
Right.
And you don't get called back.
Yeah.
Were you surprised?
I was, but they also told us, I think either right before, like weeks before, or the date, or actually, I think it was at the weigh-ins, it was maybe extra added motivation. I don't know if it was to all the guys or just kind of to a few of the guys, but we knew that our spot was on the line in that fight.
Okay.
And I think that kind of scared me because I was using at that time and everything else. And I was real depressed because for me, I wanted, and I didn't have a reason to, I know that now, but then as a young, dumb kid, it has to be, I have to win that thing. I have to win the show. That's why I'm going on it. And so when I didn't, it didn't really matter to me after that.
Oh.
I mean, it did. I still wanted to pursue the sport. My dream had become a reality, but really it became a living nightmare after that fight at the Palms against Madsen in that split decision. I walked right across to that, I don't know, it's a older casino, but just got the bottles of liquor and drank myself to sleep, changed my hotel room so people didn't know where I was. And shortly after that, I remember getting a voicemail from one of my best friends, and he said, because it was a 6 to 8 week long binge, I don't really know, but saying, I can't believe you missed my wedding. I can't believe my best man didn't show up. And I was just that far gone on.
You missed his wedding.
Missed his wedding.
You were his best man.
I was his best man. And I mean, that's kind of overshadowed, their wedding because I was supposed to be there and I wasn't.
Where were you?
So I was off in the mountains of Colorado and going from kind of house to house with people that were, like me. And I got real scared one time because this guy was grabbing the back of my head and was giving me water. I was coming to, and just remember crushing the bottle of water into my mouth because I'd never been that thirsty in all my life. And it was like a hot flash coming over me, but then I was like completely cold. Also, is back and forth. Didn't know what house I was in, who I was with. I didn't know the guy's name. I asked him, "Who are you?" He goes, "Who am I? Who am I? You've been living here, staying here, eating my food, sleeping on my couch."
Wow.
And that really scared me. So I went back to Denver, hitchhiked back to Denver. And I was
Who
just
picked you
a
up?
broken dude, a trucker.
Wow.
A trucker.
Nice guy?
Yeah, nice guy.
Not a weirdo.
Well, he might have been a weirdo, but I wasn't in the right state. I was a weirdo.
Okay.
So I couldn't really tell, but he just dropped me off at the exit for my house. Didn't know where my car was. Hiked back up. I was in Golden, so hiked up a little hill back to the house.
And do your parents know this is happening?
Oh, yeah. My mom actually broke into my house, that house that I hiked back up to, and she found the pill bottles everywhere, the Coke, bongs and liquor bottles everywhere. I was living like a pig, bro. Just stuff was everywhere. That scared her. And yeah, so man, that was only about 6.5 years ago.
It's crazy.
6.5 years ago, I was just this depressed, drunk drug addict.
And you're a part of Trevor Whitman's team in Colorado. Mm-hmm. And from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, you get voted off the team because you're that big of a mess.
Yeah.
No one wants you on the team anymore.
Yeah,
he actually wanted you on the team.
Yeah, he was the one guy.
So he brings you into his office and says,
the whole team just had a vote, and they got there early.
How big of a mess were you that these guys, these other fighters, don't want you there? Like, what were you doing that was bothering them so much?
Well, for instance, Shane Carwin's getting ready for Brock Lesnar, and I'm supposed to be one of his training partners. I'm not showing up.
Yeah.
Or I would start off the day and have some steel cut oats, some blueberries, some agave nectar, some egg whites, and some wheat bread, and some smoothies, like doing all the right things that way. I'm washing it down with some straight liquor and some pills, and starting up my vaporizer, and then I go to training to spar. And so the guys could either smell me sweating out the liquor or other things, see it in my eyes, or they could smell it on my breath, and know that I was drunk right there. I was using right there, different stuff. So it was I was it was all I had. That was my sense of purpose and identity and everything else. And that childhood dream became a reality, but it turned into a real living nightmare real quick that I seemed to not be able to escape from. And I tried to fix myself, but just it wasn't working out for me.
When you get kicked off the team,
yeah,
grudge. Is that rock bottom?
Yeah, I would say so.
Because now you're like a loser, right? You don't want, you're not wanted anywhere, right?
Yeah, I'm not wanted anywhere, and I already missed. I'd basically broken every relationship that I had. Josh Copeland, big guy, heavyweight, the Cuddly Bear.
Yeah.
We were roommates for 5 or 6 years. He had watched me just tank, and I'd even started to lie to him about where I was, what I was doing, everything. And he eventually kind of opened up to the team, protecting me and really doing the best thing for me. But I felt like it was a stab in the back. You know? So kicked him out of the house. And I remember us sparring, and he's my best friend right now too. He's like more of a brother. My mom calls him his son. His mom calls me her son.
Wow.
And so, but whenever we would spar, we were trying to knock each other out because he was trying to knock me straight.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to say, like, you stabbed me in the back. And eventually, it was a different promotion, but it was the Hard Rock Casino. I was the main event there after the show. And I was training. The only place I could find to train was a high school wrestling team.
Wow.
So, and that's who I took. I was trained there, went there without all my normal corner. And so, yeah, that was definitely rock bottom.
So there's this saying that I've always believed in. It's always the darkest before the dawn. And so when you get kicked off the team and these professionals like Shane Carwin, et cetera, don't want you there anymore, you're feeling pretty low, but it also begins to become the dawn. You don't realize that in the moment, right?
Didn't see it at all.
Because then you get an opportunity.
It was the end.
Right. You thought it was the end. Did you consider killing yourself?
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
Really?
I attempted suicide.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
How?
With all the pills. I just took everything I could.
When was that?
Wake up. That was after that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, right after that.
How old were you at the time?
At that time, I was 22.
And how far removed from The Ultimate Fighter is that?
22, maybe 23.
Okay.
That is probably from December, then March I had that fight, and then right after March, so March, April of 2011.
So you never, do you ever have a moment where you're like, what the hell happened to me? Can you even think like that when you're in that state?
You mean, can I go back there?
No, when you're in the moment, when you're, down in the dumps, you're suicidal, you're high and all these things. Do you ever have a moment where you can take almost remove yourself from your body and say, what the hell happened to you? Or are you not even conscious that you're screwing up as bad as you are?
I think I was always making excuses.
Okay.
Excuses because, I'll get better. And I'm still, when I'm in there, I can still train hard. I can still push everybody. I can push myself. But no, I think I was definitely in denial. Denial that I had as big of a problem as I had until everything was taken away from me.
Okay.
So.
And what's the offer that begins to change your life?
Man, for me, it's just I kind of had a moment where I just wanted to, I don't know. I just knew that it was, in the most real sense of the word or saying, it was a do or die moment. Like everything has to change, or like this life isn't worth living for me. At least that's where I was. And so it kind of goes to my personal faith, and I just say God loved the hell out of me. And in that, I wanted to find a way to, I was always fighting for myself, but how could I fight for people? And I started to get involved in the Children's Hospital in Denver, and I started volunteering there. I started getting involved at some rehabs, some juvenile detention centers, some at-risk youth. And I started trying to share my story. And 4 months in, I relapsed. That was hard. But then I started surrounding myself with people who could encourage me, people that were living a life that I wanted to live. And whenever I saw that giving back, instead of focusing just on myself and my own problems, it was like I had blinders on. It was like all my problems were under a microscope, or I was putting them under a magnifying glass. But then when I looked to help somebody else, it was like my problems began to shrink whenever I saw theirs, and not in like a comparison kind of way of like, oh, you're more messed up than me. It was like, hey man, we're all messed up. How can we help each other? And it started to change my life, my perspective, my just it became fun. It just became fun. And I stepped out of fighting for a year. I decided I was gonna sacrifice that year to try to solidify my sobriety. At the end of that year, I ended up going to the Congo, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna sacrifice another year, see about going and helping more. Went back for another month, and it was like, oh man, it took another year to plan to live in Congo for a year.
Who gets you out to Congo?
A buddy named Caleb Bislow, and he's just a great guy. I told him it can sound nuts. I experiment with a ton of psychedelics and different, hallucinogens, and I had this moment, man, where I was just, and this isn't to push anything on any person, but I just had this moment where I was praying and said, God, what do you want me to do with my life? Because I just felt like I was in a place where I didn't have a real sense of purpose. My job was fighting. That was everything, my significance, identity. What else is there, and it felt like I could go explore and find a way to help. And when I'm going to sound like a nut right now, right here. It's all right. But man, I was just lit up with this movie in my mind, and at the like a vision. And at the Olympic Training Center, man, they would take us through visualization drills. Kenny and Kendall would do that in high school. You would want to see the match in your head 100 times before you ever go do it. So that way you can make it happen now. The best fighters are the ones that are visualizing. Guarantee you Conor saw what he was going to do to Aldo before he got in there and did it. Yeah.
Yep.
And so I just had this vision that for me, though, I didn't try to make happen. I saw myself in the forest. I know that sounds nuts. I was in a forest, didn't know where. I was walking down a footpath. I didn't know where to. And all of a sudden I heard this drumming. Then I heard this singing. And I get into this village, and my heart got shattered to where, in reality, I cried a puddle of tears. And I've never cried like that in my entire life. But I met these people, and I saw their ribs out, and knew that they're hungry and thirsty and sick and poor. And I just knew that they were hated by the people groups around them, and I felt that they were forgotten. Well, fast forward 3.5 weeks later, I tell Caleb, and Caleb was like, I start telling him because I think there's one guy I could tell that doesn't think I'm crazy, and I didn't know if I'd ever.
This comes out of nowhere.
This comes out of nowhere. Nowhere.
You dream of this.
Yeah, but I was awake. Like I was
and
sitting
you have
there,
no connection to Congo?
No, nothing. I know nothing about the Congo. I didn't know where. I didn't know who.
Okay.
I didn't know anything.
That's insane.
I know. I just really
no, it's beautifully insane.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 50-50, but it's all right. I'm gonna sound like a nut, and it's okay. I feel like it's something kind of crazy, and you'd have to experience it to. I don't know. I'm trying my best, but it was man, I left that puddle of tears, and I looked at it, and I'm like, what just happened to me? I thought, did I just have a trip? Did I have a mental break or lapse or something? And I go to tell Caleb, and he starts getting kind of excited. And he's a friend of like Bear Grylls, Man vs. Wild guy. Caleb's an adventure kind of guy. I start telling him, he's a little bit of a wild guy, so I'm like, I can tell this guy. And I started telling him the story, or not the story, but the vision, and I had it written down. And he starts nodding his head, his eyes get kind of big, and all of a sudden he goes, that's the pygmies. Or those are the pygmies. And I said, who? He said, they're in the Congo. I'm like, where? And all of a sudden he goes, yeah, I'm supposed to go in 3.5 weeks. But the team I was going, they were doing like what he called a scout trip, go see them, meet them, and see if we fit in and we can help anywhere, which I think is awesome. It's just beautiful. And then, but he said that there's 3 guys going with him. They're all fathers, all husbands, and that the rebels took over the airport that they were flying into. So they all canceled the trip. And he's like, he told me all this terrible things that were happening to the pygmies. They were thought of as less than human, half man, half animal, that they were currently, the United Nations have been confirming that they had been eaten by the rebel groups around there, killed, cooked, hunted, eaten. And I'm just like, what? This sounds like a different world. Doesn't sound real. Sounds crazy. Sounds wild. He's like, but if you go, I'll go. Also, I'm like, whoa, I don't know, man. I got to think about that. But man, I mean, Caleb can tell you, and Colin, and we went, and man, we're walking down a footpath. All of a sudden we hear drumming. We get closer, we hear singing.
Wow.
We get in there, we meet these people that are hungry, sick, poor, thirsty, all this stuff. And for me, man, I felt kind of nuts. And what is this? Where are we? What's going on? And the chief pulls us to the side. His name's Jelua. He's now my grandfather in the village. An amazing man.
How does he interact with you?
Through a translator at that time. And
you brought one with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, and then he tells us, that, hey, everyone else calls us the forest people, but we call ourselves the forgotten. And when he said forgotten, man, I started to tear up again. And why was I brought here? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to do it? Everything else. Fast forward to a year later. It's a little hard one, but a little boy named Andy Bo passed away, and I was holding him, and it was just brutal. And it was just because of dirty water, bro.
Passed away in your arms.
Yeah. Well, I went to cup the back of his head and was holding his hand. And
how old?
1.5. 1.5 years old, and his brother had already passed away of waterborne disease. His father had already passed away of waterborne disease. His mother was sitting there, and she was sitting there topless, and I mean, this is Africa, really, really remote, and you could see every part of her sternum, and she was just withering away. She couldn't even. Man, this is nuts. We went off to go get a casket and the shovel, but also to get some food. And so we got rice, we got a bunch of mangoes, passion fruit, juice, and tilapia, and we brought it back and she ate it. But she was just sitting there, and I thought, what's going on? Like, I'm crying over her, but she's not. Once she got the passion fruit juice in her and the mango in her, man, it gave her energy. And that's whenever she was able to finally produce a tear. Then she started to weep and sob. But it was because she was so malnourished that she wasn't even able to mourn her own son's death. And so, man, that just...
And from what I read, didn't it cost like just a couple dollars to help the kid?
Yeah, the pills would have been about $1. The shot would have been... the pills would have taken several days to take, maybe a week or more. The shot would have been about $3. It's a one-shot cure.
And the hospital refused?
Refused him. Because
why?
It was, the first time they said, you don't have any money... they stopped her at the door and said, you're too dirty to come in here, to his mother. And she said, well, will you just treat my son? And they go, do you have any money? She said, well, we don't have any money. You know that I'm a slave. I don't get paid in money. And so they said, well, then go. And just kind of shoved her off. The whole village, this is about 85 people. The
pygmies are only 85 people?
Oh, no, in this one village.
Okay,
this one village, not the tribe. The tribe's anywhere from, guesstimates are 200 to 600,000.
Okay. How many tribes?
Lots.
Okay. When you say like over 100?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. They live normally anywhere from 85 to 150 in a village, but ours are starting to grow to where they're about 300 and more. And so it was brutal, man, because then the whole village of 85 people to 100 went out and begged, and they were able to, they were working and not just begging, but they would work so that they could get actual pay this time. They got about $3.50 in Congolese franc. And they went back to the hospital with that, a chicken, 2 dozen eggs, a big bag of charcoal, and firewood. So basically everything they could to the hospital, laid it on the doorsteps. They came out and the doctor told them the real reason, said, we won't waste our medicine on a pygmy animal. And so rejected them there. We were in a different village. We came
Are you
back.
there when this is happening, or are you being told?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I was told after the fact.
Okay.
And so then we got back into the village, and it was just too late. And and I'm sharing that story, and I know it can sound like and it is. It just was heart wrenching, and it changed my life, man. But that's where my heart got captured for the water crisis and for the pygmies, and that's where, digging the grave for little Andy Bo, that's where they gave me the name Efeosa. And so my full name in the tribe is Efeosa Mabutimang Bo, and you got to say the Bo like that. But it's Efeosa means the man who loves us, and that's the one that means the most to me, obviously. But and then Mabutimang Bo is the big pygmy. And that's what everyone else calls me. Well, the pygmies call me that too.
Sure.
All the neighbors. And
can you interact with them now?
Oh yeah.
You can speak their language, no translator needed.
No. Now I can get a whole lot more than I can say.
Okay.
And I can say a little bit, but the saying, it's hard to learn. You have to be there. And I've probably been there about 2 years on the ground in Congo, or around that. And 1 year at one time. But the saying is, Swahili was born in Tanzania, got sick in Kenya, died in Uganda, and was buried in the Congo. And so it's very broken. It's got a little bit of French in there, some Swahili, some Lingala, and then the local language.
Okay.
And so you go 40 kilometers away, and they're using different kinds of stuff.
Your YouTube channel is amazing because you've documented a lot of your work, and there's that one video that went viral of the kids just touching your arm hair.
Right.
They've never seen someone who looks like you. And that is maybe a microcosm of just the everyday life there. Like when people see you there, how do they react to you? Because you look so drastically different than them. Like, are you ever afraid that someone's going to attack you, that they think they don't understand your reasons for being there?
There's been two pretty scary moments, but I think at first I just see it come off as like a vanilla gorilla, or a half man, half lion. I've been called that.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Simba. It's basically a white lion, man, and so. But one of the first Mbuti Pygmy villages that I went on the second trip, it was so remote. We wanted to go to the deep places and see what the real need was of the people that were living with the least of stuff, and so. We get out there, and we were the first, guys of light skin that they had ever seen in their life, and everyone just booked it and ran and hid behind trees. I even had an arrow drawn on me by one of the hunters, and they use this poison-tipped arrow that, they can take out anything.
Wow.
And so I had that on me, but we're saying, Nafika Hapa Kuapinda and Rafiki Yango, and basically like, we're only here to love you, and we're your friend.
Okay.
And basically trying to show them that we're friendly and everything else. And so then it's funny because they sent out a pregnant woman that looked about 8 or 9 months pregnant. She's got an infant, and she's basically leading with her belly and her baby. Like, please don't hurt me.
Yes.
But she was coming over basically to touch me and make sure that I was real, like that I wasn't like a spirit, or that I wasn't some vanilla gorilla or white lion kind of guy. But then after that, bring out a soccer ball, or the funnest thing's a Frisbee for them because they've never seen anything like that.
Okay.
Just play some games with the kids and hang out and have fun. And it's cool, man, because to me, they're just one of the most beautiful people groups on planet Earth. Just one of the most beautiful people all of us are, but it's just really cool to get to know them, how much they love each other, care about each other. They just they share everything. They share in each other's suffering. They don't let someone suffer alone. I think that one of the big problems in the West and why we go through depression so much, I've shared my story with them a couple times about the depression and suicide, and they don't really get it. They get being sad.
Yeah.
But whenever I talk about like suicidal stuff, there's been questions before, like, you mean you wanted to hurt yourself? Doesn't that only hurt you? Kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, and then, it's just, it's tough trying to wrap my head around that and explain it to them. And then for them to wrap their heads around it, and then all of a sudden I see like, oh man, I'm just some big baby. And not really, we all have real problems, but at the same time, like they're facing these really horrendous, even just, human atrocities.
Sure.
And
you mentioned that they're slaves.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you mean by that? Like they have masters?
Yeah. No, we've had masters come up to us. I'm just going to say the Makpala, and that's basically what anyone would say to you, but it's the non-Pygmies.
Okay.
And so there's over 200 people groups or tribes in the Congo. There's over 200 spoken languages.
Wow.
Just in the Congo. They have 5 national languages, but the 200 main languages or other languages. And man, it's just they're people groups that are around them. And the Pygmies used to have a symbiotic relationship with the people groups that would come in and live on the roadsides because they would be farmers, hunters, and the Pygmies are hunter-gatherers. They would go get the meat, and they would come back and they would trade with the farmers, some meat and some wild fruits and vegetables, and then they would trade with the farmers for the corn and everything else. But then it started to switch because the big chainsaws coming in, cutting down the trees, made it really hard for them to go out and provide for themselves. So they certainly couldn't provide for their neighbors. They wanted to, but they couldn't have that relationship anymore. But then the other people groups realized, like, these people don't own this land. They don't have any land rights. We can buy it up right under their feet. We can steal it from them. And then once they weren't able to provide for themselves anymore, then they were starting to be enslaved. And it's all across the board to where, there's Pygmies there that get tied up and beaten and kept like animals. But then there's other ones that have, relationships with their masters where they go work for them and they get fed. And they get clothes, or they might get a bar of soap, or, but I would say that they all for the most part, call someone master.
And when you're there, like when you're living there for a year and you're sleeping in the forest and there's mud and you're dirty, do you ever think to yourself, like, I'm like, when I hear, I don't know if I have that gene in me to do that, do you think to yourself, like, how did I end up here? Do you think to yourself, like, this is, just being as superficial as possible, like, this is gross. What am I doing here? This is not the way as a Westerner I should be living. Like, do you have those moments, or do you not even think that?
Man, for me,
when I'm in a crappy hotel, I'm like, this sucks. The biggest bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed to say this, considering what you've been through.
No, it's okay, man. We all have our things.
But so how do you get over that?
For me, I think I was in such a desperate, dark, dangerous place that this really came in and gave me an incredible amount of hope, in a way of like, man, look at these people that are suffering so much and yet have so much joy and have great relationships with one another. Even though people around them might hate them or enslave them or oppress them, they have each other. And then to be adopted in, man, that's my home. I get homesick for there.
Wow.
Homesick for there. And I've never really gotten homesick for here. And so
wow.
I know it's strange. I know it's way different. But for me, being accepted and adopted and invited in by them, I've taken it real serious to where it's like, hey, my brother over there, Amagu, it means we are one, we are not different. And
how does he become your brother, like this particular person?
Well, sorry, I meant just like my bro for him.
Oh, okay,
He's one of our, he's our team
Because you said
leader.
grandfather. And,
yeah, and Chaibusiku and Manu there, that's my mother and father in the village, and they just kind of sat me around a fire, and started talking to me and saying that, we look at you as a son, and we look at you.
That's amazing.
Look at you as my parents over here, and so my Congolese parents, my forest parents, and yeah, let's do life together. And I hope that one day if I have kids, that I'll be, coming in here with my kiddos and we'll be dancing around a fire. It was my wife's first time ever camping ever, was in the Congo in the forest with the Pygmies. And she's gone out there, lived for 3 months, sleeping on the dirt, living under the twig and leaf huts, and just really enjoying life with them, getting to know them. And so that's what's been awesome, man. And we have a team of 18 people now. 18 people that are...
When you say we, who's we?
Fight for the Forgotten.
So when did you start Fight for the Forgotten?
Fight for the Forgotten, the name came on that first trip.
Yep.
And then I would say it officially started in 2013.
Is it considered a charity?
Yes. And now we've partnered and come underneath Water 4, the number 4, water4.org. And yeah, we're all a part of them, we're underneath them. And it's been really incredible where, from wanting to get, the original goal was 300 acres of land back for the Pygmies legally.
That was the goal of the charity?
300 acres back and one water well, and maybe we'd try to start a school sometime.
Okay.
And then now it's, we just finished today. I got a text on WhatsApp and got a picture of the 54th water well that's been drilled.
Wow.
And they're drilling 55 right now. In a few days, they'll start number 56.
Wow.
And so it's
your charity is paying for this.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And Water 4 as well.
Yeah.
And anybody that wants to get involved has basically been crowdfunding. Yeah, honestly, majority of our funds have come straight from the MMA community.
Really?
Wanting to jump on board. And whenever we start Kickstarters or people hearing the story and jumping in. And I mean, no pressure to anyone listening to do anything like
What's
that.
the website?
It's fightfortheforgotten.org.
Okay.
So
this is your full-time job.
Yeah, I mean, it's being rearranged to where I can full-time train again.
Yeah.
I'm 100% of my heart's with Fight for the Forgotten, but then like probably 90% of my time needs to be training.
Sure. Well, because they kind of go hand in hand, because the more popular you get, the bigger the platform you fight on, you can then bring awareness to this. And so, okay, so now it's thriving, it's doing well, you're getting a lot of attention. I know when Bellator signed you, that helped as well, I would imagine.
Yeah.
When's the last time you've been there?
It was about, it's been a while now. It's been about 5 or 6 months. And
when's the next time you're going back?
After my next fight. So that'll be
when?
Hopefully March.
March.
So we're talking with Bellator, and I've really taken a slow time coming back. But it was because I had 5 years and 2 months off.
Yeah.
I mean, I did no training at all for 5 years, 2 months. Except for drilling, which is really tough. But,
Gosh.
All that muscle memory was gone, all the training. And so, yeah, now relocated, got back. And
where do you live?
Colorado Springs now.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So no grudge, right?
No grudge.
Who do you train with?
I mean, I get to go up there and see all the guys, and I do get to train with
You're
them.
welcome back?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Which has been awesome.
Yeah.
Which has been cool coming full circle.
Sure.
They welcomed me back with open arms. That was my first 2 training camps back for the Bellator fights. I was with the Grudge team.
Okay, wow.
So,
what a story.
Yeah, it was so cool. Being
so
back
why not go back with them now?
Yeah, well, I definitely could, but it's being in Colorado Springs was picked out strategically because I have hopefully soon I'll be training at a bunch of different places, which would be the Olympic Training Center for wrestling. Also, the Air Force Academy looks like they're opening their doors. So they got the wrestling and boxing team. There's a place named Prime Jiu-Jitsu that's got some world champs and silver and bronze medalists in Jiu-Jitsu. Then I'll be going up to Denver 2-3 days a week. And I'll just kind of make my rounds. And so I'll have, at least probably 6 different gyms I'm training at.
Wow.
But trying to go to each place for a particular thing. And then 1 or 2 days where I'm meshing it all together.
Who are you fighting? Do you know yet?
I don't know yet.
Do you really not know?
I really don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting because I think the Bellator events are planned out till like February 18th.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for a return around March or April. That way, I've just been trying to take time and get better, get everything around. There's been a team that's really rallied around me here stateside with Water 4 because there's about 10 people here stateside, but we empower about 375 people in Africa.
Wow.
They get to wake up every day and have a job to go drill wells. And so, man, it's taken a lot of my time and effort. That's been a full-time job, but fighting is what I really want to do. So gotta sacrifice that for a little bit, and be able to fight and win. And I look at the Bellator, I look at Bellator and I love it. I love what they're doing. And I really look at the heavyweight division. I feel like I'm supposed to be there. And
it just got super interesting with Fedor coming on board against your old friend. Yes.
Yeah. So that'll be
By the way, do the people in the Congo know that you're a fighter? Do they know what you do? Do they understand? Like, have you been able to show them on a phone or something like that?
Yeah. This last time I was able to.
Okay.
And then my first fight back, all of our well drillers, it was like 3-4 in the morning there.
Yeah.
They were getting 1-minute clips sent on WhatsApp to them.
That's incredible.
From our COO. He was ringside and he was filming it and then sending it, filming it and sending it, filming and sending it. And I got a voice recording back of everyone screaming and celebrating, hooting and hollering. A buddy of mine even crying, so excited that I won because, it's smart. They'd think, you haven't been doing it for 5 years. Isn't that going to be hard to go back in there and do it? And I'm like, yeah, of course. But it's worth it. And so for me, I'm just so thankful for the 5 years off because, at first I was really doubting myself, but now I just see it as it was a huge opportunity to start something that truly matters and means something. But also it's kind of like way different than fight training for sure. But it was almost like heart and mind training to give me an edge, I feel like, against anyone I'm going to step in there against. I've got a reason to win, a purpose to win. And for me and my wife, before I came back, it's been cool. We set it up to where whenever I fight, the win money, I mean, I'm going to ask Bellator, just put it out to Fight for the Forgotten.
Wow.
And that's not for a pat on the back. That's some, I mean, that's the heart, what we want to do. We want to give. I don't want to ask people to give. I'm not, putting up or shutting up. And then, and then also it keeps me humble and guarded to where it's like, hey, this is why I got back into it. I don't want to be that depressed, drunk drug addict again. I want to remind myself and be, so excited to give that and say, like, look how many more wells are going to be drilled now. So.
Wow. And how's their nutrition there? Like, do they have food there? And it's not just about water, right?
Yeah, we've done land, water, and food initiatives there. Okay. And so for the first time, the Pygmies are not just feeding themselves in these three of the 10 villages we work in. So we have 2,470 acres of land that's been bought back in their name.
Wow.
So they'll pass it down from generation to generation. That's the strongest thing in Congo courts, is it being bought in the name of a people group. So you can kind of think of it sort of as a reservation here, kind of a Native American reservation. We're trying to start land where they own it, and then they have their water source, and then they're also farming too. So we partner with people to go in there and teach them how to farm kind of for the first time, or better farming practices. If they had been farming for maybe their masters previously, they get to go in there and they get to learn how to plant the seeds farther apart or plant them a little deeper. So that way when the rains come in the rainforest, that it doesn't just all wash away. Wow. So it's been pretty cool because they've been taking their corn and their bananas to the market to sell for the first time.
Wow.
And there's been a documentary being made, and it's really cool because he got to the land whenever they first settled on it, and he was able to take a drone over it. And now he's been able to take a drone over it again, and there's well over 300 banana trees surrounding this village. And it shows before, they used to work all day from morning to night and get paid maybe a banana or two a day. And now they just have hundreds of banana trees. And man, I hope through this interview it doesn't come off like I've done this or I deserve credit or anything like that. Because
but it kind of doesn't happen. There. But it doesn't happen if you don't go, right? I mean, are you the catalyst for all this?
Maybe. Well,
you could say it. The
guy at Water for our COO, I love him. His name's Matt Hangen, and he kind of explained to me, which kind of made sense. He's like, "Hey, man, you're the spark plug."
Yeah.
And he's like, you got this engine running. You started it up, but now I get to go back. And after my fights, what's so fun is that's my vacation.
That's your after party.
Yeah, that's my after party. I'm talking. We danced until the sun came up last time.
Wow.
It was amazing. It was so fun, just being able to go back and celebrate and try to add fuel to the flame or to the fire, and be able to, constantly encourage them, empower them. That's what we're all about, is empowering the locals to be able to do it for themselves. It's that whole, do you want to give a man a fish or teach him how to fish? And I look at it and you see these people that are in poverty, and it's easy to go by and just, throw a bottle of water down there and, hey, you can have a sip. But it's another thing, you can tie a rope and put a rope around a tree and throw it down. I don't know why I'm getting this image, but throw it down there to them, and they can try to learn how to climb out themselves. Or you can jump down there with them, look at what they have available, and you can help them build a ladder out of there. And that's what's been so fun, is seeing our guys run. Because I came back after we drilled 13 water wells. In the year that I was there, we were able to crank out 13. And I come back, and it's, this is my family, this is our project, this is kind of like my baby. I want to make sure it flourishes and thrives. And then to come back, and then all of a sudden they're cranking out water wells faster than we are, and they're doing all the water testing in there. I mean, it's just their job, it's their profession. They take it serious. They have ownership of it.
Yeah.
And when someone has ownership of it, they're going to protect it. They're going to run with it. And so I think it's a whole difference between charity and opportunity. And I think opportunity a lot of times is greater than charity.
Is it weird to come back to normal, like to come back to this, New York City or Colorado? Is it weird because you're there in the rawest form possible of living? Is that a transition for you?
For sure. I have culture shock coming back here.
Okay.
I was back at the airport after my second trip, and thing with Andy Bo happened, and then I see a mom and a daughter, and they're getting in a fight at Popeye's Chicken. And it's because of the girl wanted Coke, and the mom said, "You need water," and they're getting in this fight, and she ended up getting grounded, and then the girl turns to her mom and says, "Well, I hate you."
Yeah.
And she's walking out of there, and I wanted to grab him, not in a bad way, but grab him tenderly, I guess, and say, "Hey, love each other."
Yeah.
Life is so much more than these trivial small things that we blow up and make these big problems.
Oh, man. Very well said there. Very well said. Okay, as we wrap this up, I'm wondering, what do your parents think about all this? Their son who went through these ups and downs. Yeah. I'm assuming they haven't been, or have they, to the Congo?
They haven't been to the Congo yet.
What do they think about you devoting your life to this? Do you have a relationship with them?
My parents?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
They're great, and I mean, I was a screw up for a long time.
Yeah.
So it was a tough relationship, but now it's really well. It's going good, and they're proud, and I'm proud to say that because it's been encouraging. They, at the Waterford Gala, they get to come up and see everything, and this year it was featuring everything within Congo and Fight for the Forgotten, and so they're able to see them, and they heard all the stories about them, and then now they're able to see them up there on camera and put a name or a face with a name, and it's been really cool to see everything that's come about through this, because man, I was just and still am. I got a ton of problems, and I'm still a work in progress, but I was just a jacked up dude with thought had no hope, and now it's so cool to see it turn around to where, man, I was thinking of taking my own life, and now I don't know. This water wheels can actually extend someone's life. It can save a life, and it's like that's what life's about. How can we love each other?
Do you ever hear from these people that used to bully you now? Did you do all this
after my last Rogan episode?
Yes, I bet.
I had 2 or 3 of the people that were at the party saying that they're sorry. They just stood by and watched. And
yeah,
they were a bystander.
God, those people
would have stood up.
The real losers. I mean, bullies. I mean, look at you now. What you're doing for people, and you're thriving as an athlete, as a humanitarian. I just met your wife, gorgeous wife. Look at you, punching above your weight there.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going great.
Yeah, I mean, life's good.
It's amazing.
Life's good.
What a story.
I just hope that people can be encouraged that like you can do so much more than you think you can, and that the only thing, I was just up there at the offices, they had a quote sitting up there, and they said the craziest thing you can do is to do nothing. And it's just so true. Like we can make an impact. We can encourage people. We can empower people. We can change someone's life, our own life. When we change our life, it gives us the capability to hopefully impact and change another life for the better.
Justin Wren has a book. It's called Fight for the Forgotten. It's written by Justin Wren and Loretta Hunt, who anyone watching this show knows who Loretta Hunt is, an OG, if you will, of the MMA journalism game. Fantastic writer. He's written books with the likes of Randy Couture and Big John McCarthy as well. I can't wait to read the book. Thank you for this. I really appreciate it. And thank you for everything that you've done. Yeah. You don't know, you've helped us more by coming here than we could have possibly done for you. We need stories like this in life, not just in MMA, as screwy as this sport can be, but with everything going on in 2016, a trying time for a lot of people. You are an example of what the human spirit should be all about. So kudos to you, my man. Really, congratulations on all your success, and keep it up.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. Love the show. Love everything that you do.
Thank you.
And thank you for the encouragement, and hope I can just be that back. So
your Twitter is at the Big Pygmy.
Yeah, Twitter and Instagram is at the Big Pygmy. Facebook's Justin Wren, or our Facebook page for Fight for the Forgotten, and our website fightfortheforgotten.org. You can see the short trailer for our documentary that's going to be coming.
When's that out?
We're actually not quite sure yet.
Okay.
We're in talks with a couple of big people. I got a meeting later. I can't say with who, but yeah, it's going to be great. We might put in some of the film festivals, maybe Sundance, different things like that. So.
Fantastic. Well, I wish you the best. Keep in touch. Again, thank you very much for reaching out.
Thank you, brother.
So we're out of time. So I'm going to actually say goodbye with you sitting next to me. Is that okay?
Yeah, for sure.
So the guys in the back can hit my music. What a show this has been. We have now officially gone 4 hours and 15 minutes with no breaks, Justin. How about that?
What a show.
Yes. Let's keep his mic on there because it's been very long. So many guests, but I'm so happy that we can end it on this note.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if do you follow MMA news?
Oh yeah.
It's a little screwy these days, right? All the stuff going on.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but there's so many good guys in the sport.
There's good guys.
And great guys like you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you very much for saying that. Okay. Thank you very much to Anthony Pettis, Daniel Cormier. Who's your favorite fighter, by the way?
Ooh, DC's up there.
He is up there.
Yeah, DC
You're not just saying that because I just said.
No, I'm not.
Have you ever met him?
I think he knows it. Yeah. Yeah, he actually was training with me a tiny bit before the Ultimate Fighter.
Yeah, I feel like he'd be a good training partner for you.
Oh, he would.
Before the Ultimate Fighter, way back then.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
Wow.
before he ever took a fight.
Wow, that's interesting. Okay, Daniel Cormier, get well soon. Chris Weidman, thank you very much for joining the show today. Tony Ferguson, congrats and best of luck to you. Best of luck to Max Holloway, who's fighting in less than 2 weeks now for the interim featherweight title. Thank you very much to Lorenz Larkin. Good luck to him in free agency. All the best to Kat Zingano. Remember, if you're by TV tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern on Audience Network, Kat Zingano has a 1-hour documentary. I don't know if you know a lot about her story, but it's a must-watch.
Yeah, and since I'm in Colorado, she's so beloved by all the MMA scene in Colorado. All the fighters, trainers, coaches, fans, everyone loves her.
One of a kind, so do check that out. We wish the very best to Don Fry. Hope he gets well soon.
Yeah.
And we're all pulling for him. And thank you very much to Anthony Johnson and, of course, Justin Wren for stopping by. It's called Fight for the Forgotten. Check it out. All the best to him and his team. Back next week, same time and place. Thank you so much for watching this show. We'll see you then. Peace. I'm out of here.